All right. Okay. It's like I'm set up for something new today in a different way. As I would say, as I would tell you, I'm getting ready to structure my builds differently. Essentially, I got a codecs all hooked up in my VS Code, in VS Code. So what I'm going to do today is I'm going to try to do two windows of Claude Code. So one window will be for the planning and the research, and the other window would be for building. And then I'm going to do audits with codecs. So yeah, I was setting it up earlier, and I don't know why, but it caused some weird thing where it logged me out of my Claude Code, and then I guess like Claude had some like weird problem where I mean it was so technical, something about basically like logins got messed up. So like it like had to like change the information the way it did my setup, and I must have spent like an hour just like trying to get logged back in to Claude Code. And the LLMs were just taking me on a loop that was like kept bringing me back to the same spot. But I got it fixed. It was very crazy for like such a seemingly small thing to cause so much frustration and confusion. But essentially, I figured it out, and I just had to like re-enter, like get a new API key and re-enter that. But anyways, like it's probably gonna be worth it because I feel like this is the beginning of like making my flow like really professional, and this kind of workflow like is probably gonna be like some new things that I'm figuring out along the way. But I think for the most part, I'm really excited to like try out this new setup. I did just to like make sure codecs worked. What I did was I opened my folder that has all the apps I'm creating in this challenge, and I just had essentially codecs do an audit on every single app that I've made so far. And it came back and it told me like, some of the apps had certain problems, and one of the app had a bigger problem. So I was able to take the prompt that it gave me for the app with the bigger problem and go into Claude Code, and as Gemini would say, it had me do surgery on that app in Claude Code, and it fixed it. So essentially, I tried the workflow. The codecs worked. Codecs did the audit like I expected, and then it told me the problem, and then I gave the problem to Claude Code, and Claude Code fixed it. So yeah, the moment of truth is really going to be when I go to set up the terminal. And if I go to set up the terminal and it's giving me some like weird error message again and it's causing me problems, then I might just go back to the easy way I was doing it with just Claude Code. But I think I got it. I think everything should work this time when I start it. So really getting back to the normal program, which would be starting out with the app that I made yesterday, which is Chart Clash. And you can see Chart Clash right here. And I've updated the YouTube link so it has the YouTube description, so it has the link to Chart Clash. So I'm gonna get into what this does. If you missed it yesterday, essentially this is a game to help people learn technical indicators and specifically help people understand how to read buy signals with technical indicators correctly. So right now this game has 3 levels, and you can pick easy, medium, and hard for each level. And to pass a level, you have to get at least 7 out of 10 right to get to the next level. And it goes in like a flow, starting with which chart is showing a potential buy condition. So you can look at the 2 charts. And really, like right here, I mean, to me, both of them are basically showing buy conditions, but for easy, I would say this one's maybe like a little bit better of a buy signal, but I was wrong. So why was I wrong? The volatility bands in chart A show price touching the lower band. It did touch it earlier, but it's been going down, so now it's like about to touch, which historically suggests it may bounce back up. Meanwhile, chart B's momentum meter, RSI, is sitting in the middle zone. Okay, so apparently that's the middle. So I was looking at that like that was the bottom, but it must be the green as the bottom. So now I know that. So now I know next time, like, you know, basically like I was just like rusty from not using these indicators in a while. So I'm not going to go through this whole game, but I'm just going to like show you what it's telling me. Okay, so now I can see right here, these are both RSI. So this is like helping me, like, what was the problem last time? I was looking at the RSI when it wasn't at the bottom. So right here, RSI is like, you know, on the middle line. And then right here it's down at the bottom. So now, yep, it's got to be this one. And right here, RSI is at the top, and right here we're looking at a different moving averages. Moving averages just crossed over, so it should be this one. Yep. And right here we got RSI and we got the Bollinger Bands. This is on the top half of the Bollinger Band and it just hit the middle. Right here it's still underneath the bottom, so I think it's going to be here. Yep, I was right. Right here we've got the Bollinger Bands. The price just bounced off of the top and it's still above the middle. And right here we've got this, what looks like it's just below the middle. So, okay, for the RSI. RSI is touching the bottom right here. The price is in the middle of the Bollinger Band, so it should be this one. And RSI is touching the top. Right here, there is a, looking like it's about to cross over. So I'm thinking with MACD, yep, it's that one I was a little confused on because I'm not used to reading MACD in so long. Okay, we got something similar here. The MACD looks like it's doing a buy signal. This is like just above this blue line, which is the halfway, so it must be the MACD. Okay, and then we've got Scholastic Oscillator. This one's doing a buy signal. This one's right underneath the middle line. And I can't remember, I'm kind of rusty on this one because this is still a buy signal, but I think because it's like crossing over the top line that I'd want to go, nope. So the speed gauge, the Scholastic Oscillator, shows where the price closed relative to its recent range. When it reaches extreme levels, it can historically signal a potential opportunity. Okay, yeah, so that's right. With this one, it's better if it's like above that middle level. So yeah, I just gotta get I'll win this round anyway. Okay, so right here we got it looking like it's just above the middle. Right here, the MACD is essentially the blue line should be on top, but here it's saying when it reaches extreme levels, because it's down at the bottom, so that would make sense, I think, why the MACD, even though it was like not crossed over yet. So anyways, it's going to show me my results and I can go to the next level. Now the next level is unlocked. New level unlocked, but the third one's still locked. So I'm not going to go through all this, but essentially now you're going to say whether this is like saying to buy, to wait, or to sell. And if you get 7 out of 10 right here, it's going to take you to the third level where you're going to be you're going to be looking at a chart that has 2 different indicators. And you're trying to say, do these indicators line up to buy? Do they disagree, which is a wait, or do they line up to say it's a sell signal? So this kind of like you know, takes you through a progression of learning. And then once you pass all 3 levels, there is a LLM that I put an API in to implement it, so it can do a essentially like an audit, like a personal audit on you. But man, I'm like talking in terms for tech terms. So anyways, it's gonna give you like more like a coach. It's gonna tell you where your strengths and weaknesses are, like how you can get better, what you can improve on, like kind of what your trading style is. So yeah, I'm pretty impressed with this game. I think you know, this game caused me a lot of problems, especially with level 2. I think one of the biggest like insights I got from yesterday was level 2 just like didn't make sense the way I thought about it originally to the way it came out. And it was like, okay, this is kind of throwing the whole game off. And I was like, I don't even think level 2 is like really, because I tried to fix it like 3 times and it still just wasn't like flowing right. So I was like, I'm just gonna get rid of it. But before I told it to get rid of it, I was like, hey Claude, level 2 is like super weird. It like breaks the flow. It didn't turn out how I thought it would. I was thinking of getting rid of it, but I thought just one last step, I would ask you what you think. So I asked it, and it was able to like basically like tell what the problem was that like I saw that I couldn't really like verbalize correctly to Claude. And it saw the same thing I saw, and it was like, okay, well, here's what you need to do to make it better. So it basically changed level 2, and then it flowed like so much better. I'm like, this is what I want to see. So yeah, that was a huge learning experience from yesterday. And I think I'm ready to go into the process to start the next app for today. So I've got the code open, and I'm gonna go through setting it up when I get there. But first, what I need to do is, get the idea. I'm coming in fresh. Got a few ideas, but essentially, I'm doing a different flow today. So, yeah, I want to do a different project. All right, so I'm gonna be talking to Gemini about what I should do for this next project. So I'm ready to decide on a app to create today. Um, Considering that I'm doing this new workflow with the 2 Claude Code windows and the 1 Codex window, I would like to do a project that would, be a good starting project for this new workflow. I'm not really sure what that would be. Give me an idea of something that would, basically like implement the features of this new workflow the best. So yeah, I'm starting from like, not just an idea today, but also like what kind of idea would be best to really test out this new workflow. So I want something where Claude plans, the other Claude executes, and Codex audits. They just went into like an idea right away. Market heat mapper and alert bot. This isn't just one chart, it's a dashboard that connects to a live data feed, like a feed of crypto or stocks, and uses a logic engine to tell you when something is pumping or dumping. Okay, I'm not really 100% sure what it's saying, but I think I do. Why this project fits the 3-brain workflow. The sidebar Claude, the architect, uses this window to decide the logic. The goal, the sidebar handles the vibe and the complex math. The terminal, I would use this to build the infrastructure. And that's the other thing. Like, I'm wondering, because I like using the window better, and it's telling me to use 1 Claude in the terminal and 1 in the window. But I don't know. I'm gonna wait to set it up and see how it looks. It might like be just weird the way it's like set up in VS Code, and I'll figure it out when I get there. So I'm just not sure whether I use the terminal for both of them or for one of them or the window for both. And then the codex window, use this to watch the data connection. The goal is as Claude writes the code to connect to the price API. Codex will watch for security risks. And basically the concept of this idea that they're giving me that I didn't even have, like this is just a random idea that they're giving me based on like them knowing what apps I made before, them being AI. So the concept is a grid of cards for different tickers. Each card has a mini sparkline chart, and the power feature is a toggle switch called whale watch mode that filters for only high volume spikes. Oh, okay. So this is gonna like alert you if something starts taking off. which would make way more sense for crypto. Um, the workflow test drive, I'm thinking this is a good idea, but I know from these APIs that it doesn't want to give you the current price data, so I think that might be something that Claude is not, or that Gemini is not understanding. So I gotta ask it about that. Yeah, it uses real-time data. I mean, this is a cool idea. Like I was thinking of doing something like this before, but yeah, I just got to make sure that it's gonna work with free APIs. So for the most part, I like this idea, and I've had like kind of a similar idea to make something like this before. But from what I understand, all the free versions of the APIs do not include like the current price data. They're all like at least like, 15 minutes behind. So is that going to be a problem for this? So I'm right, the stock APIs usually have a 15-minute lag on the free tiers. We'd be stuck in the past. But there's a cheat code for this specific project, crypto. Unlike the stock market, crypto exchanges like Binance and Coinbase offer public WebSockets that are 100% free. No API key. Wow, that's good to know. I have not made any crypto apps yet, and I would say I know crypto. Well, not know crypto, but I would say that I buy and sell crypto more than I buy and sell in the stock market, mainly because crypto is 24/7 and the stock market's like, society hours, 9 to 5 type thing. So okay, so I could do this for a crypto app. So it wouldn't be pulling data every minute, which is what those laggy APIs do. We're going to stream it. We'll use the Binance public WebSocket. And I do feel there's like something on there that says like, the biggest movers of the day, but it doesn't alert you. So like most of those crypto exchanges, like they'll have like you can see like it'll show boxes of like the top moves for the day, but usually that doesn't like set off an alert as soon as it starts moving. I think people would have to like people could do that, but they'd have to go through and manually set alerts. So this does sound like a good app that I could make that before AI people would have had to manually do this. As far as I know, yeah, it would make sense that the exchanges would not want a feature like this because that would give everybody a huge like advantage, and I don't think they want to do that really, from what I see. But who knows? I shouldn't be speaking for the exchanges. I don't know what their thought process is when they design their apps. So essentially, Claude would write the listener logic, how to connect to the stream. The terminal would create everything, and Codex would watch for the bugs and do the audit. But the idea, this is like I want to get this idea better. I want to refine it more. Okay, like I like this general idea. I've definitely thought of like making something similar in the past. So the first thing I want to do is have you check to make sure something like this doesn't already exist. From what I understand, the crypto exchanges usually show like the top like gains of the day, but they don't show like, something when it's breaking out. They have features that you can set alerts. So like you could go and set an alert that if something's breaking out, that the alert would trigger because it hit a certain level, but also that alert would not tell you about the volume. You would have to go and like, read the volume and then make your own decision based on that yourself. Yeah, it's telling me that was the exact market gap that professional scalpers and whale watchers exploit. So that's what I was thinking. That's like the gap in the market right there. Um, Essentially, Gemini just did a deep dive on the current 2026 tools like Binance, Coinbase, TradingView, etc. And I'm right, the standard alerts are really dumb. The gap is like the price versus the conviction. Most exchanges treat volume like a secondary statistic. Here's why my Flash Watcher idea is actually pro level project. So there's the exchange alert, the dumb way. You set a price alert at like say $100, which would be like above the resistance. So if that price starts going above resistance, it would trigger the alert. So the alert would trigger on your phone or wherever you set it. You open the app, look at the chart, realize it just hit that level, but say the volume is really small, it's a fake out, then you just wasted your time. Or say you're a beginner and you don't really understand how to read volume, you'd have to go and figure that out and learn about it. Or just, do something that might cause you to lose a lot of money, because a lot of times those are fake outs. So my way, the app doesn't just watch the price, it watches volume velocity. It only alerts you if the price hits $100 and the volume is 3 times what it has been for the 10-minute average. So price is the news, but volume is the truth. So this is like a truth detector. So there are some pro tools that do this, but they have major drawbacks for a beginner toolkit. Binance and Coinbase have price alerts, but there's no volume velocity filters. TradingView has complex Pine script alerts, but you have to pay $30 a month for real-time webhooks. Unusual Whales site has high-level volume tracking, but it's very expensive and noisy. There's a lot of data that comes with it. And AltFins has unusual volume scanners, but there's usually a 15-minute delay unless you pay. So essentially, yeah, this is something that I'll be making that would usually cost money. Like it's already can be done, but it's not free. So I'd be making a free version of this for everyone to use. And if people found value in it, I would probably just add it to whatever I make that kind of links everything together, unless one of these apps actually does go viral. Then I would just be marketing the viral app. But anyways, the edge is I'm building a lightweight, real-time free alternative that focuses only on the breakout moment. And let's see, since we're using the Binance WebSocket, we get every single trade. We can have Claude write a volume accumulator. Okay, so yeah, I understand like the logic behind this. I understand what it's doing. I have a much clearer idea of what this is. And let's see, pain points. All right, I feel like I understand the logic behind this and how it works and what it does. So essentially, what I want to start by doing is to be looking at the major pain points behind this. Like, what is the major pain point that this would solve that people have, especially beginner investors? Search the internet and tell me what you find. So the research confirms exactly what I suspected. Beginners are getting slaughtered by bull traps because they only watch the price and they don't understand how the volume plays in. So Gemini scanned the latest trader forums and tech guides for 2026. The pain point isn't lack of information, it's information overload without context. So here's the 3 massive pain points that this app is going to solve for a beginner. Fake out fatigue. A beginner sees a stock or coin move up like 2% and they FOMO in, fear of missing out, only for the price to instantly reverse right after they get in. The research says statistical data shows that breakouts on low volume fail over 60% of the time. That would make sense. The solution: the app won't even show a breakout alert unless the volume is at least 50 to 100% above the recent average. I'm essentially giving a fake out filter that saves them from losing money on wimpy moves. There's an exchange alert lag. The problem: by the time a standard exchange like Binance or Coinbase pings your phone, the big God candle has already happened, meaning like things can move up really quick. And a lot of times, if there's that much of a delay, and especially in crypto, the move could already be over, and it would be not safe to get in because it's going to be moving around so much, so volatile that, yeah, you're taking a huge risk, and it's better to just wait until the next move happens. The research says real-time conviction can only be seen by watching the velocity of the tape, the speed of the trades, basically. The solution: because we're using WebSockets, which is going to be awesome because I get to try out a new, I think they said this is an API, I'm not sure. The app will see the volume spike as it happens in milliseconds. It turns a late alert into a live opportunity. The third problem is silent accumulation blindness. Beginners usually look for gains, prices going up. They miss when a coin is being accumulated, when the price is flat but volume is quietly rising. So this is called the smart money flow. It's the period right before a massive breakout. We can add a quiet strength indicator. If the price is sideways but volume is trending up, the card turns purple or glows. Teaches the beginner to look for the quiet before the storm. Actually, I think this feature right here is way more valuable than the original like feature that it recommended. That it's like waiting for a breakout and the volume to happen. I still think both are good indicators for this app. Like, I want to do both of these, but I see way more value in an indicator that shows if something's been going sideways and the volume is trending up, so that you can actually get in before the move happens. But then, if you miss that, then there's also the indicator that will show you volume's up and the move is up. So, I mean, the other side of this is if it's going sideways and the volume is picking up, there's a possibility that it could be getting ready to make a downward move. So in that case, you would just want to make sure you set a stop limit. So like if it does go down, that it sells before it goes way down, and you only lose like 1 or 2%, something like that, of basically the trade. So anyways, yeah, I like that idea way better to make. I think that should be like the main feature of the app, the quiet before the storm. And then it'll also do alert if there's volume and a breakout. So yeah, let's see. The main problem is fake out fatigue. The lag and that beginners don't know how to read the volume, and they miss when something is being accumulated when the price is flat. So let's see, the main problem would be fake out fatigue and silent accumulation. And I would say silent accumulation is more important for me, what I would think, than the fake out fatigue. So I'll put those both as kind of like the main problem. So the solution is an indicator for one indicator for sideways movement and volume increase, and another indicator for breakout and volume increase. All right. So now I'm going to name the app. Now help me decide a name for this app. Essentially, I want something that's catchy and something that someone, especially that is new to investing, could look at the name and understand what this app does. Give me 20 suggestions to start. I want a name to imply the tool's doing the heavy lifting, watching the data so the beginner doesn't have to. Since the core of the app is about volume conviction, the truth, versus price action, the noise. Here's some suggestions. Breakout Buddy, Volume Viper, Entry Expert, Volt Breakout, Trade Trigger, Truth Tracker, Volume Verify, Hype Hunter. I think it's either going to be Breakout Buddy or Trade Trigger. But I think Breakout Buddy is better. Yeah, this is Breakout Buddy for sure. Okay. And essentially this one's going to be just for crypto. So I'm going to have it use like crypto in the subtitle. Since this app is going to just be for crypto, create 10 different subtitles that imply what the app does and that it's just for crypto. All right, so you just need to get a subtitle, and then I'm going to have it give me a summary of the plan that I can reference, and then I'm going to get started with the setting up the code. So stop chasing traps, spot real crypto breakouts with volume confirmation. Filter the crypto noise, only catch the moves with big money behind them. Ride the whale waves, real-time volume tracking. I'll run the market. Your crypto watchman, we monitor the volume so you don't have to. I think that one's the best because it says crypto right away. So I'm going to go with Breakout Buddy for the name. And then Your Crypto Watchman, we monitor the volume so you don't have to for the subtitle. Now go ahead and create a outline for a plan that is somewhat detailed. I'm just going to make sure that the plan matches my vision. If not, I'll have it, update the plan basically. And I'm just getting a document open on the side where I can write this plan. All right, we got like the nerve center, connect to the Binance WebSocket, and build the conviction engine, and then create a dashboard that feels alive and interactive. Ensure the app doesn't crash or give fake signals. Okay, yeah, that's essentially, I see. Not so much of what the app does, but like how the build process should be. But it's got a lot of features here, so that's the main thing. All right. So I'm going to copy this and put it in the document. Yo, what's up in the comments? Hope you're doing good. Hope you're learning from this. I'm doing all right. Ran into some crazy technical issues today trying to get this new setup, but essentially it all makes sense because everything came through, and what I'm about to do is set up 3 different windows. So I'm going from working in one Claude Code window like I've been the whole time to 2 Claude Code windows plus 1 Codex window. So today I set up Codex in my VS Code, and I'm going to do 1 Claude Code window for all the planning and the research that goes along the way of the process. Then I'm going to do the other Claude Code window for the build, and then I'm going to do the Codex window to do audits and bug checks and security stuff during the build. So it's going to be interesting to try this new workflow. I'm just getting finished with getting the idea set up, and yeah, pretty hyped up about today. I feel like it's going to be awesome to try this new workflow. So yeah, I hope you're doing good. Yeah, let me know what you think about understanding this stuff. If there's anything that you don't understand, anything you're trying to understand or learn more about, let me know. Or anything you're seeing, even if you're a pro at this, let me know if you see something that I could be doing better. Okay, so I got the plan down, and I'm going to start with setting everything up in the code. So here we go. Oh yeah, I just got to create the new folder first and put the Claude MD. So what's the plan and what am I building? Oh yeah, no worries. Basically, the plan is to make. I'm gonna make my first crypto app. I'm gonna try a crypto API, and essentially, I'm gonna make something that it gives alerts. So like if let's say a crypto coin like Ethereum is going sideways for a while, it will first give you an alert if the volume is picking up. That's kind of like an early alert, and then it'll give you another alert if the price breaks out of the sideways range and the volume's picking up. So with crypto, I can get the API, so it's like instant, but with stocks, there's a delay for the free APIs. So it wouldn't have made sense to do this with the regular stock market. Plus, the regular stock market doesn't move as fast as the crypto markets. So this is going to be like instant alerts. So basically, people would see a good opportunity like right away, or even essentially if they caught it before the breakout, before it even happened. So yeah, this is like money right here, and hopefully it works. But here's what I'll find out once I set up the. I feel like this will work. I feel like I'm mostly unsure about the new like workflow that I set up. But this is kind of like moment of truth right here. Just got to create the folder for the new project, and professional way is to go into the C drive on your computer, create a dev folder, then like I created a folder within dev for apps, and then I got another folder there for the 30-day challenge that I'm doing, and then I'll create a new folder with the name for this project for Breakout Buddy. And then I will copy the Claude MD file that I'm using for the style and the guidelines for all these projects into the new folder. So now I'm just open the folder, made sure that Claude MD file is there. And now I just transfer that into VS Code. All right, so now I would be starting by opening up a terminal. New terminal with Claude. So yeah, just looking at the comments real quick. Okay, so you see somebody that's doing he's using an LLM. I'm guessing that's instead of APIs for betting prediction, looking at when currencies go down or up. So this, I'm guessing, is a forex trader, someone who trades like different currencies, like the US dollar to like the euro. And I don't trade forex. And this is more for like beginner investors. What I'm creating tools for. So forex is definitely, like, I feel like a more complicated, not for beginners. And essentially, if they're just using an LLM, like, I'm wondering how they're getting the price information for the currencies. Um, and it's also looking at what's happening in the world to help with prediction. So that makes a lot of sense. I think the LLM would be more for understanding what's going on in the world to help with prediction. But yeah, essentially, I mean, that sounds like a good idea. Yeah, if you don't mind, if you know the name, I'd definitely like to check that out, because yeah, I've never heard of this before. But I assume, like, there's a lot going on with like forex traders that they would want something like that. Essentially, when you're looking at like what's going on in the world, that's so like I'm mostly dealing with technical analysis and like reading charts and like technical indicators. And I believe that is called fundamental analysis, when you're looking at like the news and what's going on in the world. But me personally, I found way more value in the technical indicators than actually reading the news. A lot of these hypes are made to, like, like cut through the hype of what's in the news and stuff like that. But that does kind of open a lot of like doors in my mind to, like, maybe making something similar like that, but not for Forex, just for beginner investors when it comes to stocks. So yeah, that's good to know. That's super interesting. So let's see. I've got the new folder open. I open Claude Code in the terminal for essentially the build part. But yeah, and then I've got another Claude Code, and I've got Codex right here. So I'm gonna try this with one window being Claude in the terminal, one window being Claude in the window, and one window being Codex in the window. And instead of like a split screen, I'll just switch back and forth from Claude Code to Codex, mainly because I think what you don't want to do is to be like running, say, like Claude Code and Codex at the same time for the same file, because then it could be like, trying to, like, change the same thing and cause problems. So I think by keeping it where I can just switch between the two will be more preventing me. But yeah, I'm just getting started with this workflow, so there's still a lot to know. Um, okay, so essentially, I think I'm about ready to start with the planning, go into plan mode. All right, so now that I got all this information, I just opened up one Claude Code terminal window and another Claude Code in the window I've been using more recently. And there's also the Codex is open in the more recent window I don't know what the name of that window is. If you could remind me of that, that would help. So my main question is, it sounds like I'm ready to start with the plan mode with Claude Code in the window. Would you agree that that would be the next step? Okay, so yeah, I hear you. It sounds like you made that mistake I'm trying to avoid, and I've never ran two windows before, except for like today. I just did or I ran three windows before. I did two real quick just to scan all my apps for audit, and then I had one app they found that needed to fix something, so I switched back over to the terminal for Claude to do that. You've learned that Arch Linux or Linux Mint is the way. It has wonderful window management systems. I'll have to check that out. Um, I'm guessing that that is all terminals though. Do you know if that has like the actual like the window that you see, not the smaller terminal window, but the window on the right that has the bigger conversation? Because that seems to be like people are telling me that's the industry standard now, and I feel like that's like a much better process to use, especially for like plan mode. So yeah, I'd definitely want to like understand that Linux more, but I don't think I'd want to use it if it doesn't have the window option to work with Claude Code or Codex. But of course, this is still like me just like expanding my workflow, and I'm sure this will evolve a lot in the next coming time. So, all right, plan mode. Um, switch Claude to plan mode. I feel like that was Shift and Tab. There we go. Okay, so now I'm just gonna start talking to Claude Code to get the planning process going. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's good to know. If it does support all the CLI tools, then I'm definitely gonna look into that. That sounds like definitely something to check out. So I'm using Max for Claude. I started with Pro, but I was hitting the 5 hour usage limit, so now I'm using Max. But I'm just gonna take a note down real quick for Arch Linux or Linux Mint to check that out later. Yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for the recommendation. So let's see, getting started with the planning. All right, I would like to start this plan mode. My idea for today is a cryptocurrency alert system. Essentially, from what I understand, I can get like a free API from Binance that will give me like up to date information based on what crypto is doing. And what I want to do is have something that essentially shows an alert if a price is moving sideways and the volume is increasing by like at least over 100%. And then I also want to have another alert that shows if a price just broke up outside of a sideways range and the volume has been increasing by at least 100%. And essentially, I wanted to do like other things like, give more information on like how much the volume is up and what that usually means historically, But for the most part, like this is the overall idea for the build. And I've also got a Claude MD file in this folder. The name of this is called Breakout Buddy, and the subtitle for the name is Your Crypto Watchman. We monitor the volume so you don't have to. Now start out by asking me all the questions that you need to ask me to get this plan created. All right, getting started. So you're saying that Linux distros. All right, cool. And that Arch Linux is way too complex for beginner setup. Um, Linux distros will have many different ones that I can test out. Awesome, that's good to know. Um, Back to the flow. What tech stack should we use to build Breakout Buddy? I'll take the recommended. How should users specify which coins to monitor? Search plus waitlist. User searches for a coin, adds it to a personal watch list that persists in local storage. But I think I just want it to be so it automatically does it to anything that does that. Um, so there should be no search like needed. So although I do know that usually crypto breaks out, like a lot of things move together, so I wouldn't be surprised if that would set off like 50 or 100 alerts, but I'll figure it out once I build it and I could change that later. Um and see, it's like trying to focus on the top coins, but usually the coins that make these big like moves like that real quick are not the top coins. So I'm going to go into other. So my idea was not to do something where like people only have it indicate or alert on certain coins that they're searching for, but essentially it would like scan the market for all available coins, and it would alert you to any kind of either like sideways action with a volume increase, or else a breakout up outside of a sideways range with a volume increase. I guess the only thing that um, is really important that I can think of right now in regards to that is like how long should the sideways action be going before it counts as something that should be considered to be put an alert on. Like if something's only moving sideways for like a little bit, then like it's not really, like that good of a indicator. I want something that's been moving sideways for like, longer than normal for at least a while. So I know a lot of these are not the top coins in crypto that do this. A lot of times what happens with the smaller cap coins is there will be a long time where it's moving sideways, and then there will be like a major breakout, and that's not as common with the top coins. Okay, so they're saying to do 1 hour candles, and then it's got to be at least one day, at least 24 candles for range detection. um so it's got to be moving sideways for at least one day. I think it might need more than that. I think No, I'm gonna have it for 1 hour candles, and then I can just change it later. From what I understand, that would be something that would be easy to change later, and I'd rather start with the 1 hour time frame and see how it looks than to like start higher and then move lower. I think it would make more sense to start it with 1 hour. How should alerts be delivered to the user? In the app only. Yep. Otherwise, the option is browser push notifications. No, I don't want that. Create context now needs to get the detection parameters. Okay. So I thought it was just asking me this, but it's asking me now, and I think I'll switch it to 2 days. They're even saying that makes more sense for what I want to do. What price range width should define sideways movement? High to low swing over the consolidation period. Um, I'll do 5%, but I can see how it might not understand like the smaller coins can move more than 5% and still move sideways. So, well, I'll figure it out once I see how it works. What price move above the sideways range should trigger the breakout alert? Yeah, 2% is fine. What coins should the scanner cover? Yeah, all of them. And they're giving me an option of like the top 200 on Binance, but if I remember correctly, I haven't used Binance in a little while, but if I remember correctly, Binance doesn't even have 200. But either way, I guess the more the better. One final batch of questions before writing the plan. All right. All right. Yeah, moving forward every day. How often should the scanner automatically rescan all USD pairs? So it's saying that scanning 3 to 400 coins would take 30 to 60 seconds to complete. Um, say try every 15 minutes. But I have a question about this. I'm going to ask Gemini. So I'm having the plan mode going right now with Claude Code, and essentially it's asking me questions. And this question is about how often should the scanner automatically rescan all the coins, and it's telling me that scanning 300 to 400 coins will take 30 to 60 seconds. So it's recommending to do it every 15 minutes, but there's also an option for manual only. Like if the user hits a scan now button, then it'll just go do it. Essentially, what I'm wondering is like, how does this work in the background if it's scanning all the time? Is this going to be like charging me like every time it does a scan? Does it need to like run through the API, which I guess should be free anyway? And this is only crypto. So yeah, I'm just trying to understand like, what this means if it's constantly doing a check every 15 minutes. So no, it won't cost me any money since I'm using Binance public API. The data is free. Only costs is the computer's CPU if it's constantly crunching numbers for 400 coins. Okay, so breaking down the scanner logic. When Claude says scanning takes 30 to 60 seconds, It's talking about a REST API scan. So the app will send 400 separate letters to Binance asking what's the volume for, all the different coins. Doing this every 10 seconds would get you rate limited, probably by Binance for IP spamming. Doing it every 15 minutes is a safe way to get a snapshot of the whole market without getting banned. It's telling Claude to use a combined WebSocket stream. I think I remember Claude already saying it was going to do that. So I could also tell Claude to build a hybrid system. Constantly monitor the top 10 to 20 coins in total real time. No, I don't want to just do the top 10 to 20. The background scan, run a full market scan over the other 300 coins every 30 minutes. Keep the scan now button for when you're live on stream and someone says, hey, check out a certain coin. So maybe I could have the live end 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm thinking about having it automatically do it every 15 minutes and then also have a live button option. But the only thing is, I don't want to do the top 20. I want it to do all the coins. So essentially, maybe I'm overthinking this, but I'm really wondering, like, you're saying that uses a lot of CPU, but like it's only going to be doing this search if I've got the app open, like in my browser. Is that the case? Yeah, I'm really trying to understand how this works. Like is it constantly like running in the background? I'm guessing I could like set this up on the cloud so it's constantly running, but then if it's only okay, yes, the scanning only happens while the app is open in the browser. This isn't a server running the cloud 24/7 unless you specifically build it that way later. Okay, so that would make sense then. So you're not going to get the scans unless like the app is open. So what they're recommending is every 15 minutes to get all the data and then immediately identify the 30 to 50 coins that have the highest volume velocity. Automatically open a WebSocket for those 30 to 50 coins. Okay, so basically the only like area I think I have left for confusion is essentially like if this app is not open, you will not be getting alerts. Is that correct? So yeah, the main thing is like, I think it sounds like I would have to have this set up in the cloud. Uh yes, normally if it's just a regular website tab and you close it, the watchman goes asleep and the alerts stop. Since we're building this in 2026, we have two ways to keep the watchman awake even when the tab is hidden. There's a PWA trick. Can tell Claude to make Breakout Buddy a PWA. How it works. You'll see a little install icon in your browser address bar. When you click it, the app lives on your taskbar like a real program like Spotify or Discord. So the benefit is you can close the window, but the app stays running on your system tray. It can then send you desktop notifications, even if you're busy gaming or watching a movie. Okay. And then there's also the background agent. Since I'm using Claude Code, there's a brand new feature called background tasks. I can actually tell the terminal Claude to watch the market in the background. Okay, but that's going to be like just if you have Claude Code going, so not for like anyone who wants to download the app, so I don't want to do that. Okay. So I'm thinking about trying that PWA. Um, I'm thinking about trying that PWA trick. I've never done that before or implemented anything like that. What is the process for that for a build? How difficult do you think it would be to implement for this app? Yeah, making sure I'm clear on how this works before I build it. Um, Definitely something I didn't even think of, but I'm definitely learning. This PWA thing sounds pretty cool. Um, so yeah, it moves the app from a random browser to a dedicated icon on the taskbar and feels like a real program. Uses something called a service worker. Think of this as a tiny invisible subagent that stays alive in the computer's memory even if you minimize the app. So no matter what you're doing, if an alert goes on, you would see it. Um, it's saying it's super easy to build. Okay. Um, so essentially now I'm gonna tell. Okay, I know what I need to tell Claude Code. What I want to do is have it so that it does a scan every 15 minutes, but there's also an option to click a button to do a instant scan. And then, if possible, I would like to try implementing a PWA. So essentially, a person has the option to move the app from a random browser to a dedicated icon on their taskbar so that it could just be running all the time. And when an alert goes off, then they don't have to have the actual um, app open in a window. How should the alerts be organized on screen? Two sections, consolidating and breakouts. Yep, definitely. On each alert card, what kind of educational context should we show about what the volume spike means? Um, yeah, that sounds good. I can change that later if it doesn't make sense. Awesome. Here we go. Awesome. It has everything. Now I can write the plan. All right, so the Claude Code in plan mode is telling me that it has everything it needs, and now it can write the plan. So I just wanted to clarify the process now. Once it finishes writing the plan, I would tell the Claude Code in plan mode to create a plan MD. And if that is correct, let me know what I would do after that. I think it might even automatically create a plan MD too. But yeah, I'll see. All right. So the plan is done. I gotta review it and auto accept. Let's sit down first. Okay. All right, I just approved the plan. All right, this is the master plan. Getting ready to build. Um, let's see. It already started building. So it says plan approved. Let me start building step by step. Okay. So I got to go back to Claude Code and I'm going to let it know that, because it was just telling me like I can create the plan and then I can just move over to the terminal, but that's definitely not what's going on. Yeah, I don't even know if it's writing the plan. I don't even think it said it was gonna write the plan MD. So anyways, all right, so I approved the plan and then it said plan approved, let me start building step by step. And it shows like update to-dos and it shows like maybe 7 different steps and it's already starting on the first step, but it stopped to ask me a question if I want to allow a bash command. Um, what do you think? Do you think it's not too late to catch it and tell it to create a plan MD, and then I'm going to essentially start building it with the terminal? Because this would be super annoying if it automatically does this each time and I have to tell it, like, don't start. Well, I guess I could do that in the Claude MD file if it does that. Yeah, it's all about getting the workflow and the system down better. It's definitely not too late. Catching it now is a pro move. When Claude asks for a batch command, it's trying to YOLO the entire phase 1 in one go. And if I let it do that without a Claude MD file first, it does have a Claude MD. I'm just worried about the plan MD. Did I say Claude MD? Yeah, I said plan MD. Okay. Um, okay. It does show the Claude MD file is there, and that's the only file that's showing up. So, I do think that I told Claude Code that I did have a Claude MD file for it to reference during the plan. But what I'm basically wondering right now is about the plan MD, because I don't think it said anything about creating a plan MD. It just basically told me that the plan was approved. Like it showed me the plan, but I don't remember it saying anything about creating the plan MD, and I don't see that in the list of to-dos. Just spotted an invisible blueprint issue that happens in the new version of Claude Code. In the latest update, when Claude is in plan mode, it creates a virtual plan. It shows it to you in the chat, but it doesn't always automatically turn that into a physical MD file in your folder unless you tell it to. I think it did last time, but maybe it upgraded since I had like those problems and had to sign back in. If I close the window or switch to the terminal, that virtual plan can sometimes get blurry or lost. So since I see the Claude MD but not the plan MD file or to do MD, we need to force Claude to materialize the blueprint. So I need to tell it, I see the Claude MD file, but I want you to create a physical plan MD file in the root directory. Copy the 7 steps in the detailed technical breakdown we just approved into that file. This way the terminal Claude can read the specific steps while I build. Okay. Before you get started, I can see the Claude MD file, but I also want you to create a physical plan MD file in the root directory. Basically like copy the plan that we just created, and this way my other Claude Code terminal window can read the specific steps while I build. So yeah, in a way, I feel like this new workflow is already slowing me down. Well, not in a way. I mean, it definitely is. Like, I would have just had it working right now. I wouldn't have had to have stopped it. But you know, maybe this is like I would get used to this over time. Okay, I just created the plan MD. I see it updated, and yeah, it said it created plan MD. The other Claude Code window can reference it directly. Ready to start building. Shall they proceed with the scaffold now? Okay. Okay, so it did just create the plan MD file, and it's asking me now if I'm ready to start building, and shall it proceed with the scaffolding right now. And this is in the plan mode window. So essentially, should I tell it no, I'm going to build this in the terminal? So it's saying the terminal is better to see installs happening in real time. It's faster. And since the sidebar already created the plan MD and Claude MD, the terminal will read those files and know exactly where its orders are. Terminal is usually much faster at handling batch commands without asking for permission 20 times. So I should say, okay, I've got the plan MD and Claude MD. I'm going to handle the execution in the terminal now. Thanks for the blueprint. Perfect. The blueprint is locked in. Good luck with the build. The plan has everything you need to execute it step by step. Come back if you hit any snags or want to plan the next sprint. Okay. So now I'm going to give a prompt to Claude that I have an approved plan in Plan MD. Let's start phase 1. Oh yeah, I don't think it said anything about being a Vite project either. So I should verify that. So one more thing that I just remembered is that I was originally advised to make this a Vite project, VITE. Do you know, is this already in the plan to make this a Vite project? Or is this something that I should add to the plan right now? And do you think it's something that I would want or need for this project? Yeah, this is much easier talking to Claude in this window. So yeah, they're saying Vite is the better fit for this project. Um, what to change in the plan. So yeah, they're gonna update the plan. Awesome. Good thing I noticed that. I agree that you should update the plan so it is using Vite. So go ahead and update the plan so that it is using I don't know why it's writing code because update the plan. Now it's writing code unless that code is like the actual plan file, I think. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. It's good to go. Awesome. So now I'm ready to get started with the terminal. This is going to be interesting. Oh, duh. Yeah, it's trying to have me write down too much on this prompt. I should just keep it simple. Because I think it's assuming that was part of phase one. So yeah, all I really need to say, I feel like, is let's start phase one. So now let's see if I can something like that. So I'm just gonna try to let it run today and not try to stop it and have it like verify everything with me. So right now I'm not seeing the the usage percent in the either window, like either in the terminal or the Claude Code window. Like usually I would see it in the terminal, I feel like, but I don't see it right now. Or I'm sorry, usually not the terminal, but the chat window. And essentially, like the main reason that it was recommending that I do this workflow, like the biggest benefit is that if I'm building with Claude Code, the context window, that's okay. So essentially, Claude Code has a context window where it, while it's working, it remembers everything it's doing up to that window. And from what it's telling me, once it hits like, like 70% of that window, it's more potential to make like hallucinations and errors. So it's best to like try and stay with like a low context, and it moves faster and it burns up less tokens, and it has less chance for error. So if I'm just doing the build in its own terminal window, the build part should be faster, and it should essentially stay in a lower context so that it is, you know, making more accurate code. But I'll see. This is cool today because definitely feel like I've pretty much like done a lot with like, what like the complication and making more complex apps. And now I feel like I would get the biggest return on my investment, time investment of not building another like super complicated app, but actually like um evolving and improving my workflow, and get it more like a professional workflow like the pros have. Like I see all the pros have multiple windows, and this is like the start. So still asking me a bunch of questions to verify stuff. So maybe I'm missing something for just being able to essentially like click a button and have it. Okay. So yeah, also the other one did like multiple phases at a time. I'm gonna see if I can do that here. I'm gonna ask Gemini. All right, Claude Code in the terminal window just finished phase one. Now it's asking me if I'm ready for phase two. Do you think I should be doing this one phase at a time in the terminal? Or like what it would do in the Claude Code window, the chat window, it would do like multiple phases at a time. Awesome, thank you. Dangerously skip permissions. There we go. Yeah, that does sound kind of dangerous, but I guess if something happens, then I'll learn from it. So can't be that bad because I don't think I've ever like told it to or like approve something and then had a problem happen. But yeah, I'll find out. I don't think it'd be a big deal. So the short answer is stick to one phase at a time in the terminal. Here's why the chat window way of doing multiple phases at once is actually a trap for a project like Breakout Buddy. So the terminal versus sidebar logic. In the terminal for control, you see every npm install and file creation. And in the sidebar, it can hide that stuff and more likely to miss errors. For context, use xcompact to keep the AI focused in the terminal. And in the sidebar, it can fill up the brain too fast with old logs. For safety, in the terminal, you can test phase one before starting phase two. And in the window, it might build phase two on a broken phase one. Okay. And debugging, it's easy to spot exactly where a bug started and hard to tell which phase caused the crash. Oh, it could delete my files. Yeah, hopefully not. Um, yeah, I guess is it worth it if I'm like halfway through the build and then it just deletes all my files? I don't know. Maybe I better just for now stick with the I don't know if the risk is worth the reward on that one. But yeah, maybe I'll just try that with like an easier build that's not on a stream. Because I definitely don't want to be like halfway through or more and then have it just delete everything. Um Also the other question I had before I start phase 2 is this where I would go through codecs and have it okay. Okay, so before I start phase 2, I'm wondering, is this where I would have codecs go through and do like its audit or whatever it does? Because essentially I thought what you were saying before was that after each phase, I would have codecs do its thing. So terminal Claude is the worker and codecs is the quality control inspector. And if you're in the comments, this is like my new workflow. Essentially, plan mode for the beginning and the planning. Create the plan MD file, and then have the terminal Claude actually do the building. And then with the go back if like I have questions or it needs to like research something like mid build, go back to plan mode. And then after every phase, I would go to Codex and have it do like an audit. So that what I was told is basically like this is like the best workflow for speed, for keeping context low, and for catching bugs early. Okay. So yeah, they're saying do an audit now. Um Open the codex pane. Make sure that the that all the files are open in the editor tabs. I think they mean like where it says Explorer. Well, here we go. Let's see if it works. I'm gonna assume that everything is right and it sees all the files. So I just finished phase 1. Um, Audit my current configuration files. Check for any missing PWA assets. Incorrect byte security headers or dependency conflicts that might interfere with WebSockets in phase 2. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't know to say all that. If I hadn't asked Gemini, I would have probably just said like do an audit on phase 1. All right, so essentially like I just got that prompt from you for what Codex should do. And you know, if I didn't have that prompt from you, I would have just told it like I just finished phase 1, do an audit on phase 1. Do you think in the future there'd be any issue with, you know, keeping it that simple with Codex and just saying like I just finished whatever phase that was, do an audit? So yeah, I can't keep it that simple, but with one small tweak, the Codex is much smarter than previous versions. The new version 5.3, it still suffers from scope blindness. Whoa. If I just say audit phase 1, it will look for obvious syntax errors, but it might miss the intent of your specific app. So here's how the two different prompts play out. The simple prompt, I just finished phase one, audit this. The result I'm going to get from Codex is, they found a missing semicolon on line 12 and your like package.json file is missing a description, but it all looks good. And the smart prompt would be, I just finished phase one of Breakout Buddy audit for PWA and WebSocket readiness. So the Codex result would be like, wait, your PWA manifest is missing theme color, which will break the install button on Android. Also, your Vite config doesn't have the HMR hot module replacement. And see, this is like, I feel like the biggest thing that I think I noticed with the pros is they know like to mention this stuff because they're all like they've been coding before, so they can just like know like, okay, well, this is this kind of project using like whatever, the in this case Vite, so they would know to ask it to do this. But I don't know that, and this is like a huge thing that I want to learn. And I'm gonna see what Claude thinks. All right, so essentially I see professional vibe coders, and they seem to like automatically know to like, clarify in detail exactly what to do in the audit like you just did, instead of where like all I know is to ask it for an audit. So essentially like I want to get to that point where I can understand like essentially like in detail what to ask it to do on an audit. Is there any recommendations you can give me that I could start learning how to become better at essentially like being more specific on what to ask it to do in this kind of instance? All right. Oh, okay, so becoming a professional vibe coder isn't about memorizing every technical term. It's about learning to anticipate where things usually break. The pros look like they just know what to ask because they use a mental framework. In 2026, we call this the PCTF framework: persona, context, task, and format. If I start using this, I'll see the code quality jump instantly. Okay. I'm going to write that down. PCTF framework. All right. I'm just going to finish reading this and I get back to the build. So to get better at being specific, I should focus on the 4 levels of precision. Levers of precision. Assign a senior persona. Don't just ask the AI for an audit. Tell it who it is. This changes the depth of the scan. So instead of audit this, say review this as a senior staff engineer specializing in high frequency crypto trading systems. This forces the AI to look for micro stuttering and latency, not just typos. Name the monster, the specific risk. Every phase of an app has a specific risk that is waiting to mess it up. If you name the monster, Codex will hunt it. So this is the scaffolding. The monster is configuration drift. See, I wouldn't even know that. Like, missing PWA icons, wrong build path. Phase 2 WebSocket. The monster is memory leaks. Connections that don't close, eating up RAM. Phase 3 UI. The monster is state bloat. Okay, so yeah. This would be like a good, like, Like if they could make some kind of PDF, I think I'm gonna have them do this, or make some kind of like cheat sheet that I can go back for like different states and what the problem would be. Um, then use the confirm understanding hack. This is a secret weapon of pro coders. Before I let the AI audit make it interview me, add this to the prompt. Before you start the audit, ask me 3 clarifying questions about my performance goals or security requirements so your review is dialed in. So they're giving me a template for every audit. So I should say like I have finished phase, 1, audit the open files for functionality. Does it actually meet the goal of, and then say the goal of the app? Edge cases. What inputs or network conditions would break this? Security. Are there any exposed keys or unsafe data handling? Performance. Will this scale if I track 100 coins instead of 2? For every issue found, give me a severity, high, low, and the specific code fix. Okay, that's interesting. Um, but it did give me quick fix priority, so I'm going to essentially I'm gonna ask Gemini, but I think what I could just do is copy and paste this right into the terminal. But I'm gonna make sure that's the right way to do this. Okay, so I just got the message from the audit being complete, and it gave me a quick fix priority that I will paste here. Essentially, I'm wondering, can I just copy the 3 steps and paste it into the terminal? Is that the best way to move forward? So yeah, if you're watching today, my workflow is definitely slowing down a little bit, but that's because I am using a 3 window workflow now, where before I was just using one with Claude Code, and so I'm basically adapting to this new like workflow, and there's some things that I got to figure out. But I mean, this is money for like anybody that's trying to learn how to vibe code, because they can watch me like just learning this new workflow and see what it's like to switch from one window to multiple windows, and like what kind of like problems you might encounter, or areas where you're not really sure on like what to do next. So essentially Codex just saved me from a ghost PWA, an app that looks like a PWA in the code but won't actually install on your phone or desktop because the icons are missing. So Codex did offer value by catching stuff, which I was not doing this before. I was only using Claude before, and it's telling me Gemini saying do not just copy paste the text. Those aren't commands; they're surgical instructions. If I paste them in the terminal, it'll give me an error. Here's the professional vibe coder move to handle these 3 fixes in about 60 seconds. PWA requires physical files in your public folder. Since we don't have a designer right now, we'll use a terminal trick to create placeholder icons so the browser is happy. So essentially, they want me to go through one at a time and do these fixes from the audit instead of like having them do them 3 at a time. And I know in the terminal that makes more sense. Like the terminal, it seems like working in the terminal, it's better to do things one step at a time. Whereas like working in the chat window, they can do like a bunch of steps. So Yeah, part of me really just wants to go back to the old workflow and just like cruise through this, but I feel like I already understand that. I feel like I would benefit way more from like, even if this takes a little bit longer this time, I will learn something new and then I will just get faster at doing this. And this is like really sounds like more of a professional workflow. So, anyways, yeah, it looks like it fixed that. So then for step 2, it's giving me another prompt. So 2 was keep the header config absent or WS safe until phase 2 endpoint is finalized. So yeah, getting a message for step 2 that I want to check and make sure everything is good. After I gave step 2 to the terminal, it gave me this message back that I will paste here. I just wanted to make sure that everything is good and that there's not something extra that I need to be doing right now before I move to step 3 for the terminal. Okay, so they're giving me a command to run to make sure that this is there. So essentially, this command is going to make sure that it did it right. Um, yeah, this new flow has got me back to using Gemini a lot more. I was like starting to phase out of it, and now I'm definitely using it more, but I'm learning like way more. So yeah, essentially, it's a good thing that I stopped and checked this. I did not understand what it was saying. Um, it was letting me know I didn't have the actual. Instead of saying like I don't have the files there, it's telling me that I would need the files, and then for the PWA to install correctly. Okay, so I just gotta give it this prompt to go ahead and do it manually or automatically, and yeah, it should be taking care of that fix, and then I can go to the last step for the audit that they found. All right, telling me it did that. Just got that one last. Last prompt. Do I need to install any specific WS packages for the Binance? All right, ready for phase 2. So the inspector codex found some ghost assets. Our PWA was missing its identity. We're not moving to the live data until the foundation is solid. I'm running a couple of curl commands to generate placeholder icons and updating the Vite manifest. We're setting the theme color to Binance yellow. Foundation is now 100% green. Phase 2, you're up next. Okay. So I should be able to say, let's start phase 2. Let's start phase 2. This is super interesting, and this basically like makes me think that almost when I'm done with this, I want to try it like go back over and just try building out the whole thing automatically, like doing like every step at once with the plan mode, and just see like, you know, what was the difference. All right, phase 2 complete. So I'm going to give this phase 2 complete what it did to Gemini and have it create a prompt for Codex. All right, phase 2 is complete. I'm going to paste everything that it said in regards to this on the terminal window, and I would like you to let me know what I should tell Codex for the audit. And I noticed too, it's kind of weird when I was doing the dictation in the terminal. It was like typing what I was saying like off to the side and to the bottom, and that was just kind of like weird. Like it made it more difficult, I feel like. But yeah, I don't know, something about the terminal. I feel like I already like moved on from that, and it's telling me that it's better to use it, but I'll see, because I do remember the terminal was like compacting the conversation way less than the chat window. But I like the chat window how it just built the whole thing, and I mean it seemed like it would catch it, but then I would just do like an audit of everything at the end. I don't know. I'll have to wait and see when it's done, and then like see what I think, I guess. So what's cool about what Claude just did is the promise dot all settled and batching. Without those, if I tried to scan 400 coins at once, Binance might rate limit or ban the IP address for a few minutes for spamming them. By doing them in batches of 10, the app stays under the radar. Now we need to make sure this nervous system doesn't have a stroke when the market gets volatile. That's what I'm saying, because like a lot of coins would like move up together. So I got a prompt for Codex that's all about data integrity and efficiency. So that's the thing I wouldn't have realized, is that this phase is essentially where it's like scanning. It's like telling it how to do the scanning, and like a big problem with that would be if like, you know, a bunch of coins all like hit that same trigger at the same time and it just set off like 100 alerts. So Gemini knew that though. Gemini knows that I should be specifically looking for that for data integrity and efficiency. All right, now I'm auditing phase 2. So I see this way is definitely way more thorough. Um, I'm totally already seeing how this is like a way more professional way. Especially if I was building, like right now, I'm just building MVPs. But if I was building something that I knew, you know, that was like either maybe it took payments or something I knew people were going to use and that was like very important that it had like the right security, I can totally see why this workflow or this process is way better than just using like the one Claude window. So yeah, I'd have a way better peace of mind knowing that I built something important using this workflow, and it sounds like awesome. Here we go. Uh, looks like it didn't find any problems, but I'm going to. Oh, there's a bunch of stuff. Actually, no, it might have. Yeah, it's finding problems already that I don't know if what you call it, the Claude Code chat window process would have picked these up. So essentially, I think what it's gonna do is it's gonna have me like I just copied and pasted the entire kind of like audit report into Gemini, and I'm guessing Gemini is gonna give me apps. Yeah, it's saying whoa, saying whoa, Nate, Codex just did you a huge favor. This is exactly why we audit. If I had skipped this, I might have woken up tomorrow to a 418 I'm a teapot error, which is Binance way of saying I banned your IP address. The high priority issues it found are what we call app killers. Well, if they're right, then I'm glad that I decided to do this new flow for this build. So right now, the app is like a person trying to run through a revolving door as fast as possible. It works for a few seconds, but eventually you'll get stuck. We need adaptive throttling, slowing down if Binance says wait. The hanging problem: if Binance takes 30 seconds to respond for one coin, the whole batch of 10 just sits there waiting. We need a timeout. If it takes more than 5 seconds, give up and move on. The good news is that the data mapping, like the numbers, are correct. That's the hardest part to fix, so we're ahead of the game. So, how to move forward? The surgical fix. Since Codex offered to patch this file next, let's let it do exactly that. This is the most efficient path. So now they want me to essentially give Codex instructions to fix this instead of going to the terminal on Claude like they did last time. So I'm going to give it a prompt that's basically telling it to fix all the high and medium priority fixes in Codex. And then I want to ask, or actually it's saying after Codex does this, I should go back to the Claude terminal window and tell it like Codex just patched our Binance server to handle rate limits and timeouts. I'm going to paste the updated SRC services Binance.ts code. Please apply it. Then we can finally move to phase 3, the UI. So apparently it's going to be giving me code, or why couldn't I feel like I should just be able to like tell Claude in the terminal that it can just check that file. But yeah, that's what I don't understand. So I gotta ask about that. So I have two questions. The first one is, how come this time you had me give Binance the prompt to implement these changes, whereas last time you wanted me to do it one thing at a time through Claude Code terminal window? And then also, you're telling me that when Binance is done, it's going to give me like a certain file for the code, and I should have Claude Code in the terminal apply that. But couldn't I just tell it to like check that file and then apply it? So it did one file change. What was patched? Added adaptive throttling. So yeah, it's letting me know if I already wired phase 2 UI progress, update that call site accordingly. So it's telling me that I got to do something with like changing UI or for phase 2. So Gemini is telling me I'm starting to see the gears moving behind the scenes. Here's a breakdown of why the workflow shifted and how we're going to handle the file. So why use Codex instead of terminal Claude in this time? Like, how would I know when to use which? So usually Gemini's been saying, one thing at a time in the terminal, but phase 2, the Binance engine, is a special case. Claude is the doer. It's great at writing a functional script quickly, but Codex is the risk analyst. Because Codex is built with a different focus, safety, edge cases, and massive context review, it is statistically much better at spotting rate limit math. So the workflow shift, it had me use Codex because it identified high severity architectural flaws. If we let Claude one shot the fix in the terminal, he might just add a simple delay. Codex, however, will write a more complex exponential back-off algorithm, which is the pro way to ensure your IP doesn't get banned. Basically, we use the smartest architect Codex to design the fix so the fastest builder, Claude, doesn't have to guess. So then, like, can't I just tell Claude Code to check the file? Like, yes, I absolutely can. So yeah, I was right about that too. I didn't need to like do that extra step of like giving it the file. So I'm gonna copy and paste what I got from Codex into Gemini and make sure that I'm like up to date, understanding everything that's going on. And essentially, I'm guessing it's going to give me a prompt. So Codex didn't just fix the bugs; it gave me a tank of a service. Most people building crypto trackers skip the abort controller and jitter, and then they wonder why their app freezes or gets banned. You now have a professional grade adaptive throttler. The abort controller, this is like putting a timer on every coin. If Binance doesn't answer for one coin in 12 seconds, the app cuts the cord and moves to the next. No more hanging. Jitter is like a pro secret. Instead of retrying exactly every 2 seconds, which looks like a bot, it retries at random intervals like 2.1, 2.4, and 1.9. This makes your traffic look human on Binance's firewalls. Learning something new every day. The progress object. This is huge for the UI. Instead of just a boring loading bar, you can now show scanning 400 coins, 350 succeeded, 2 failed. It makes the app feel way more high tech. One critical warning. Look at the last bullet point from Codex. The callback changed. This means if you had any code in your UI trying to read the old completed number, it will break because it's now receiving an object that's different from before. So the next phase, now that the engine is bulletproof, we need to build the cockpit where you actually see. It's saying move to phase 3, but it sounds like so you're saying move to phase 3, but the last thing that I see from the audit report is that if I already wired phase 2 UI progress, I need to update that call site accordingly. So isn't that something that it did in phase 2 and I need to update something before I move to phase 3? So I'm right to pause. Codex is warning about a breaking change. Even though we haven't built the main dashboard yet, Claude might have created a small test UI or a loading state during phase 2 to verify the connection. If we don't fix that call site, now the app will crash the second I try to run it. So think of the get clients batch function like a delivery truck. Phase 2 is old. The truck delivered a single box. In the audit patch, the truck now delivers a shipping container. If there's any code waiting for a box and it gets a shipping container, it's going to panic. So I kind of understand that. I feel like we need to find where phase 2 is currently being tested and updated to handle the new object. Saying go in the Claude Code terminal, let it know that Codex warned me that get clients batch now returns a progress object instead of a number. I see it being called in saying like insert the file name, but I don't know the file name. Please update that call site to destructure the new complete total success failed object so we don't have a type error. Once that's fixed, we're officially ready for phase 3. So I think saying one file changed, src/services/Binance TX. But I cannot copy the name of that file, so I just have to tell Gemini, I guess. Okay, in that prompt, it looks like you want me to insert the file name. I'm not sure what the name of the file is, but it does show at the end of the audit report that one file changed. src/services/binance.ts. So I'm thinking that's got to be the file because it's saying that one file changed and it wants me to let it know that a file changed. So essentially, I'm starting to understand when it's doing this, like, you know, what it's doing. Not so much why. I need Gemini to help me with that a lot, but I can see like the file. So yeah, the breaking change is the new progress object. So I don't have to guess. Claude Code has a built-in search tool. Go to the terminal, Claude, and run this. Okay, cool. So I can run this and it might even tell me that this is not necessary. So essentially I'm searching for this file that it should have updated, and if it doesn't find it, then it's not there. Looks like it sees that it's been changed, so this will be interesting. I think sounds like Codex did the change, and I don't need to have Claude do it. Okay, so yeah, it sees it's there. I avoided the breaking change bug entirely. So yeah, I'm good. It says good to go to phase 3. And Claude's like giving me a whole like prompt of like what to do in this phase, but um I'm going to just tell it to do phase 3. Yeah, definitely learning curve. Like every day I'm implementing something new, but I mean, I'm starting to really see why this is important. And it's slower right now, but I feel like as I use it more, it'll speed up. And I still don't understand why I see like well, I guess I only watch like maybe two other vibe coders on YouTube every once in a while, and seems like all their windows are terminal windows, but they like don't have to ever really like talk to Gemini. It seems like they just like automatically know exactly what to ask it. Phase 3 completed. Gonna give this to Gemini and have it create the audit prompt. Yeah, it's telling me how I did it for a coin that's been quiet for 2 days and then suddenly explodes with volume. This is the exact setup professional breakout traders look for. Yes, it is. Okay, so one important thing that I might want to change. Claude used 48 candles for the average. If these are 1 hour candles, that's 2 days of data. If they're 1 minute candles, no, they're 1 hour. I remember that. Um, it's telling me to like start phase 4, but I never did an audit for phase 3. All right, you're giving me a prompt for phase 4, but I never did a codex audit for phase 3. I'm just checking out a comment right now. Someone's saying they were not impressed with Opus 4.6 last week, but over the weekend something happened and it's phenomenal now. And Gemini Pro feels like it's not as sharp as it was. Okay, I have not tried Gemini Pro. I'm just trying Codex for the first time, but I think I know what happened when you're saying something happened last over the weekend. So essentially when I did like make my changes in my new setup today and I like put in Codex and everything, when I tried to start Claude Code, like it wasn't letting me sign in. and it was just like I've never had that problem before. It always automatically lets me sign in. I'm like, what did I change? Why is this happening? Essentially, it was like super difficult. I was having like firewall problems where it was automatically signing in through my browser, and I was just like running in loops, like trying to figure it out. And it took me like an hour to figure it out. And essentially, what I found out was that over the weekend, um, Claude Code did some like major like update, and a lot of it was about um like the something about like signing in or something like that. So they think that's why it did that. But they were also talking about it like it was like a major update that they did, and yeah, I could probably like get more information on that. But there was definitely an update, and it caused me a lot of problems today. But like you said, I think it's a lot better. And I even noticed like I feel like I noticed just from the last 2 days because today's Wednesday. Yeah, so like Monday and Tuesday, I did notice that Claude Code was just like better than it was before. And I was like, okay, I've only been using this for like 2 weeks. I'm like a beginner. I'm not sure if this is better or if it's just like something I'm imagining, if it is for real. But that's cool to know that I'm not the only person that saw that. It just seemed like it worked. The flow was better. Like it was like telling me what was going on better. Um, but because I like changed settings and stuff, that must have been what like triggered that thing with the password and everything. But yeah, I finally got it figured out. I had to like go and like give it like directly give it the API again, and yeah, I finally got it fixed. But yeah, every time they make an update, it's like it doesn't just get a little better; it gets like a lot better, and that's what I like to see. Like AI just moves so quick. Okay, so let's see, we got the phase 3 codex audit. Um, and yeah, if you don't mind, let me know what you think. You noticed that like what about Opus 4.6? Do you notice that you think is a lot better from last week? That's like the main thing that like I'm wondering. So I got a prompt for codex. Ensure the 48-hour consolidation logic correctly handles the 1 hour candle interval. Is the 5% range for consolidation too tight or too loose for the current crypto market volatility? I think it depends on the coin, but I was like wondering about that too earlier. Volume calculation, verify that detect volume spike is comparing the current candle to the average correctly and not accidentally including the current huge candle in the average calculation. Check if scan all handles empty results or API errors without breaking the return array. Review for logical soundness. We want high conviction alerts, not noise. Okay, so that's already done. Looks like it fixed some things. So I'm going to copy and paste that into Gemini. Oh, so you're saying the guy in the comments is saying, or I just assumed it's a guy because it says sir, is saying essentially it's saying that the intelligence overall. And yeah, that's a better way. I think that's a good way to describe what I saw too. Um it wasn't just one thing, it was like multiple things. And I would say definitely it just became like smarter in general at like running through the code, maybe like faster even. But yeah, I think that's probably a good way to say it. It's a lot more responsive and it feels like a team member, if that makes sense. Yeah, totally. Totally, because I was mostly just working in the terminal, and I just switched like, I don't know, maybe like 3 days ago, like 3 builds ago, to the window. And I wasn't sure. I was like, is this from just from switching to the window? But yeah, it's way better. Like, but even now I see from working in the terminal, like the terminal's updating and it's giving me like right now it says like phase 3 complete, and it created, and it's like a lot better at explaining what it's doing to me or for me. And essentially, like, I feel like, yeah, like it's more like talking to an actual person and less like, understanding like a robot that's just like, giving me like the technical terms for what it's doing, and like really minimizing before the explanation. So yeah, this is way better, like a huge upgrade, I can definitely tell. Yeah, this is awesome. Like, I just every time I see this get better AI, I'm just like, man, where is this going to be in like, even 2 years from now? It'll probably be like 100 times better. Okay. So a good thing we did that audit. Codex just caught a logic level disaster. The high priority bug it found means the app would have literally never sent you an alert. It's like a smoke detector that only goes off if the fire is inside the battery. It's physically impossible for the condition to be met. So the impossible breakout bug. Claude wrote the code so that it looks for the price to be higher than the current candle's high. But since the current price is part of the candle, it can't be higher than its own maximum. I would have been scanning 400 coins and seeing zero results every time. The time frame trap. Using 48 as a hard number is dangerous. If you ever switch to 1 minute charts, the app would think that 48 minutes is a flat movement. It's a massive consolidation that would lead to a garbage in, garbage out. But see, I don't think I told it from the start to only do 1 hour charts, so I don't think it understands that. Since Codex offered to patch the scanner.ts and it clearly understands the mathematical nuances, like the wick extremes being too strict, we should let it handle the heavy lifting. So they're giving me a prompt for Codex to say like, yes, um, patch that SRC service scanner, implement the high and medium fixes. Okay. So this is catching a lot. And I'm seeing like, especially with the build I did yesterday and the day before, that were like more like games and not just like the apps I was using before. So it had like way more going on and way more like functions and features. I noticed that like when I first ran through the levels on the game, it seemed like it was working right. But then like I would find some like small thing like the first time I played it that I was like, okay, it doesn't understand, this is wrong, and I fixed it. But then like I'd have to go through a level maybe like 3 or 4 times before I would start noticing other problems. And it's like, okay, like I wouldn't have noticed this right away. Like this would have taken like, a while of using it before I would have like picked up on these issues. So what I'm seeing by doing this new workflow, it's like hopefully it's catching, if not all, the majority of the issues that I think, you know, would have came up that I wouldn't have noticed right away. Like right here, it's saying like, the alert's set to trigger for a certain thing, but like that wouldn't have worked. And like if I were running it right now and testing it, and most likely, there's not one of those coins that's breaking out right now, I wouldn't have known. I would have just been like, okay, it's saying nothing's breaking out. And then, like I would have tried it like, the next day and the next day and just thought nothing's breaking out. And it might have taken me like a week before I would have realized like, okay, now something is breaking out, but this is not picking up on it. So yeah, I mean, I'm really I'm really glad if that's what's going on, that this is like the new workflow that I'm doing, cuz yeah, I was definitely starting to see how like a lot of these like bugs and issues are something that like I wouldn't realize like just right away like I could before with the simpler apps. Um as I get into more detailed and like difficult builds, a lot of these things are like problems that would not be easily revealed from just like using it like on the first day. So okay, we got essentially an update about what was fixed. I'm just going to copy and paste that into Gemini. And it's time to stand up. Okay, we just crossed the finish line of internal logic. Just got a Wick influence is a massive upgrade. It means the scanner now has judgment. It won't get distracted by a single random price flash, focusing instead on where the actual volume of trades is happening. So the engine is hardened, rate limit aware, and retry ready. The brain now understands time frames and distinguishes between real breakouts and impossible math. And the safety. If Binance goes down, the app stays up. Awesome. So yeah, it's saying go to Claude and start phase 4. So that's what I'm going to do. Yo, good to see you back. Essentially, I'm learning a ton about this new workflow and how it's working. Codex has already found like problems and bugs that would have taken me a long time to realize. Things that like, just by like running the app, I would not have noticed. It would have taken like, at least like a couple days, if not a week, of like, seeing problems and not understanding why. And on one hand, this is like way more it's a lot slower doing it like this, step by step in the terminal. But when I'm auditing each step, it's finding stuff that like I was not finding. Like yesterday and the day before when I built those games with the Claude Code and chat, and I just like built everything and then I did an audit afterwards. There were so many issues that like, at first look I didn't see any problem, but I had to like maybe play a level like, I don't know, 5 to 10 different times before I like noticed something. And I can only imagine like there's probably more bugs that like, I wouldn't realize. But yeah, this is really awesome. And now that I'm moving through, like the terminal is moving really quick. Like I feel like, yeah, it was quicker to do, like 7 phases at once in the chat window, but the terminal is definitely moving through each phase so much quicker. So I can tell once I like just get this like workflow down to where I'm not having to like, ask Gemini or any other LLM like in between like tasks or in between phases the right way to do this stuff. Once this is all like locked down and it's like muscle memory, like this is a way better flow, and I'm really glad that I implemented this. But I'm sure there's like this is like, I went from 1 window to 3 in like one day, and I'm sure there's a lot more that I can like improve on, but I'm just gonna like keep working and get this flow down, and then I'll probably start adding more windows. So yeah, for auditing on Claude, basically what I would do before is like I would have it build the whole thing, and then at the end I would be like, do an audit, focus on whether it's over engineered or under engineered, and then I would tell it to do another audit for security. But now I'm doing 3 windows. I've got the terminal for Claude Code right here, and then I've got the plan mode for Claude Code that I did the planning from the start to create the Claude MD file. Or no, I already had the Claude MD file to create the plan MD file. So essentially, I did the planning, had it create the plan MD, and then started the terminal doing each phase one at a time, reading the plan. And then like if I have like questions or like research stuff like partway through the build, then I'll go back to the plan mode in the window so it's not taking up context in the terminal. And then after I finish each phase, I'm using Codex for the audit. So I'm not using Claude to audit today. I'm using Codex. From what I understand, Codex is a better auditor than Claude, and I just installed Codex into VS Code today. So yeah, I went from one window to three, and Codex is doing the auditing. And you know, it's hard to say because it's doing the audit step by step, but it's definitely finding things that I feel like if I had done it just with Claude Code, I think some of this stuff and some of it's really important, it would not have found it. So yeah, I'm really happy with so far with this new implementation of Codex for the audit. Okay, yeah, phase 4 is already complete, and I'm going to copy and paste that into Gemini and get a prompt for the Codex audit. So essentially, like at first, it had me do the audit through like for phase 1, I did the Codex audit, and it said it found some problems, and then for that problem, Gemini said it would be better to like have it be fixed in the Claude Code terminal. But then like other stuff, it's saying it's better to have the Codex fix it. So I'm still kind of like learning on like when I should have the Claude terminal do a fix and when I'm having the Codex terminal do the fix. But for the most part is I already feel like Codex is better at just catching the stuff than Claude was. So what Claude just did, adding the use notifications.ts hook, is the difference between an app you have to stare at and an app that works for you. By tracking scene alerts, the app won't spam your computer every 15 minutes with the same coin. It will only ding when a new breakout is detected. So, got the notification filter, a high level feature, stores the previous scan's results and does a difference check. So if Bitcoin was already breaking out, it stays quiet. If Ethereum starts breaking out, boom, you get the new notification. 15-minute heartbeat, it's now fully automated. I can leave this tab open in the background and it will act like a silent guard dog. Service worker integration, this ensures that even if you're on another tab, the OS level notification will slide in front of the corner of the screen. Awesome. Final Codex audit. Before we build the visuals, we need to make sure these two hooks play nice together. If the 15-minute timer fires while a manual scan is already running, the app could get confused or double ping Binance. Okay. So I got like a 4-step prompt for Codex. All right, so yeah, hopefully that's like big enough you guys can read that on the stream. Essentially checking for race conditions, memory leaks, notification spam, and permission flow. Yeah. Yeah, it's getting way quicker. I think it was just that first phase took longer because it was like getting started maybe. All right. So it's finding high risk stuff already. Every time that Claude is not noticing. Just pasted that into Gemini. And we just dodged a major UX nightmare. If I hadn't run this audit, I would have finished the app, left it open for an hour. And suddenly the computer would have started machine gunning me with 50 notifications for the same Bitcoin breakout. Why this audit saved us: there is an amnesia bug. This was the biggest find. If your internet blipped and a scan failed, the app would forget every coin it had already warned me about. The moment the internet came back, it would treat every old alert as a brand new emergency. The double scan race. React's use state is slightly asynchronous. If the 15-minute timer and the scan now button fired at the exact same millisecond, they would both see scanning equals false and launch two separate armies of requests to Binance at the same time, and probably cause an IP ban. So yeah, this with this app is a little different than the other apps, where the other apps that were free APIs for stocks had rate limits. So if the rate limit hit, then it would just like, send an error message saying like you have to wait another minute before you can use it again. But with this one, it sounds like there's not a rate limit, but if like too much is being like asked for, then they'll just ban you. And I would not have known that. And this is something that Codex picked up on and that Claude did not. So Codex offered to fix this using a lock. This is the senior engineer way to handle race conditions in React. Instead of relying on a state that might be late to update, we use a reference that updates instantly. So go to Codex and say, yes, please patch the src hook scanner TS file and src hooks use notification, implement the lock, fix the amnesia, stable closure, cleanup, and permissions, add the error guard. Okay, so this one's for Codex to fix. All right. So just copying and pasting the report. I kind of like scanned through, and from just scanning it, I was pretty much able to see it was able to fix all the things that I told it to fix. It looks like it also cleaned up something else that I don't really understand. So that's the main reason that I gave this to Gemini to explain it better. So I've officially moved from experimental to production ready by implementing the isMountedRef and ScanLockRef. I've essentially given the app a nervous system that knows exactly when it's alive and when it's busy. This prevents the memory leaks and state crashes that haunt 90% of the apps on the market. This logic is locked, the engine is tuned, the brain is calibrated. It's time to build the cockpit. Phase 5. We're going to build a trading floor interface. Want it to feel like a Bloomberg terminal, not a cluttered website. So again, it's asking it like I'm getting a prompt from Gemini, and it's like telling me like to like make a bunch of like detailed changes, but I'm just gonna let Claude stick to the plan that I created, and these are like small like UI changes that I think would be really easy to vibe code after it's all done, if it's a big deal, which because it's an MVP, most of this stuff I don't think is really that big of a deal. So yeah, I'm just gonna say let's build phase 5. Awesome. Just started building phase 5 with the Claude terminal. And I'm still wondering, is there a way that I can see like where the context percentage is at? Because I don't see it like I did before. Maybe I just have to like no. So yeah, doing the comments saying like right now you're doing audit checks on your project and security is number one, so you have minimal stuff to fix. Um Essentially, I guess I don't really understand what you're saying. Like security is number one. Like so you've already done the security. Um but yeah, like also like I guess if you want to explain that more, that's cool. And also like let me know if you've tried Codex versus and like Claude Code that you can kind of compare the two for doing audits to let me know what you think. And for the next guy from Twitch in the chat, thanks. Like, yeah, I just started using Twitch, so I'm new to Twitch, but yeah, I'm gonna take that note down right now to pick a stream category on Twitch. Yeah, people were also telling me that I should get like verified and for affiliate on Twitch, and I don't really know what that is either. But yeah, just new to Twitch, and I gotta do all those things, I guess. But it'll probably be super easy. Anyways, so phase 5 complete. Um, oh yeah, well, I was wondering about the essentially to be able to see the what do you call it, the context window that shows the like the gauge, the percentage. In Claude Code, the UI sometimes hides the context percentage during heavy file writing operations to keep the terminal from flickering. Here's how to find it. I can just type in stats or info. Saying I could also like expand the window, but So yeah, you're saying the project is big, but no, you have no access to Claude Code. Um, so what are you using to essentially is there like a free like version out there of something else? Um, yeah, I'm just interested to know. Like I didn't know there was any like free version for like vibe coding. But yeah, like I've gotta, cause like I gotta pay for Claude and Codex now, but like I was already paying for Codex anyway, and it sounds like Codex, like especially for auditing, like you can get way more usage in the cheapest, the $20 plan than you can with Claude. But yeah, that's interesting to know. I didn't know there was like other options that were free. So or whatever you're using, I'm not sure. Anti-gravity cursor and open code free trials. Oh, the free trials. Okay. Yeah, and anti-gravity, I've heard like mixed things about that. But I guess if it's free, I mean, dude, that's money right there. Like whatever you can do to make it work, man. Cause like I know I've been there, man. I've been like broke before. And yeah, there's always a way. That's what I feel like. Like if you're watching this and you're like, yeah, I can't afford, to buy the subscription or whatever. I mean, dude right here is doing it. Like he can't afford it and he's able to, find a way. He found a way around it just using free trials. So yeah, there's always a way. I feel like you have that mindset where you feel like, abundance, like there's always a way. I just need to find it. Like you'll find it. There's a way to make this work. And I mean, dude, like just get something going, get something flowing, and get like the money coming in on that first project that you built for free, and then just put everything else back into the business and upgrade your tools as you go with your income, and then you're there. So yeah, it's always a way. It's abundance. There's definitely enough out here for everybody. We can all get it. And if you think you're stuck on something, if you believe that if you hit a wall with something, you like tell yourself like, oh, I can't do it because of this, then you're gonna program that into your subconscious. So yeah, keep your vibe coding of your mind with abundance so that you never tell yourself like something's not possible. So phase 5 complete. I'm going to copy and paste that to get the prompt for codex. So Claude's decision to split the UI into 5 components is a huge win for me. It means if I ever want to change how the alert card looks, you don't have to sift through 500 lines of code. You can just open alertcard.tsx and it's clean, modular, and professional. Okay, so phase 6, the great connection. But I want to get a prompt for codex first. So before I do phase 6, is there something I should be doing with an audit for phase 5 with codex? That's awesome. Yeah, I should look into I didn't even know that there were like competitions for vibe coding. I'm gonna take a note down right now to check that out. Yeah, that's awesome. And so like I'm just starting a Discord or just started a Discord group and somebody else already posted like some really cool interesting stuff that they made that like just like I would have never thought of something like that. So like, yeah, if you want to go on Discord and show what your project is, that would be awesome. Like, man, I'd really like to see like, you know, what you created. And then there's other people in there, and then slowly we can just like build a community where anybody vibe coding can just like, looks like right now I didn't really see this use case when I first created Discord, but seems like the best use case for it is just have people can go on there and post their projects, and then everyone can just kind of like, you know, get inspiration from it, or also offer any kind of like advice based on what they see. So yeah, the if you're watching, the Discord link is in the YouTube description, and I think you just click the link and you should be able to join up. But if not, let me know, and then I can like manually send an invite link. All right, so most developers would have hit the run button and hope for the best, but I'm sticking to the golden rule: audit before integration. Since phase 5 was the UI component build, the audit is less about math and more about user experience and prop drilling. We want to make sure the components are actually prepared to receive the complex data we're about to feed them. So here's the audit prompt. I wanted to check for prop accuracy, conditional rendering, empty states, accessibility, and consistency. Oh yeah, Vercel runtime bugs. I have not encountered those yet, but I have. I was using Netlify before, and I tried like one or two other whatever you would call it, like programs that do the same thing, and Vercel is like by far the best so far. So yeah, it'd be interesting to know if you learn anything important about like dealing with Vercel bugs. I'm sure that could help a lot of people. I just created for a game. I just found some new feature because like I was before, I would just use Vercel. Like after I pushed it to GitHub, and then I'd use Vercel's analytics because it was a lot easier for me to install than Google Analytics. But then I found another use for Vercel, and that was after I created a game. I was like, I want to try to make a leaderboard. So essentially, like I coded in a whole leaderboard um for like people. They could put their name and their high score would show up. And to do that leaderboard, there was like an option in Vercel where it would like store all that data, and I just had to like basically like it just enable it. And I didn't even know something like that existed on Vercel up until like maybe 2 days ago. Um, yep, found another. It's like it found another. I don't know if that's a bug or basically it says security base. UI components are not mounted in the app right now. Um, Maybe Gemini was just like assuming that it was, but I don't think it was supposed to have been. But it's definitely giving me the option to fix what it found. So I'm just gonna see what Gemini says. Good thing we paused. Codex just flagged that while the components are built, they're currently dressed up with nowhere to go. The most interesting find is the impossible scanning state. Right now, when you click scan, there's a split second where the button would disable, but the progress bar wouldn't show up yet. It would look like the app just froze. We're gonna fix that flicker. Okay. So yeah, they're recommending Codex do this. I'll be right back. All right. Just giving this report to Gemini. Refilling my water. Gemini is telling me I got liftoff. The app is no longer a collection of files, it's a fully integrated live wire trading tool. By fixing the scanner flicker and the volume ratio display, I've ensured that the first time I see the dashboard, it's going to feel like a high-end finance terminal. So, all right, the app is officially awake. We've wired the brain to the body. We've got our high conviction emerald cards for breakouts and our amber cards for the coins that are currently coiling up. The logic is surgical, the UI is clean, and the notifications are silent until something actually moves. I'm going to try it out, I guess. Awesome. npm run dev. All right, dev server is running. I'm gonna switch over, try for the first time. Oh man. Localhost 5173. I'm just gonna double check. Yeah, that's supposed to be right. All right, so I tried running the local host, and essentially I got a message saying the site can't be reached. The local host refused to connect. And another thing I thought it was strange was it gave me localhost 5173, and usually it's like localhost 3000. So this is the first time it's gone off of 3000. So 5173 is the new 3000. Oh, it's because I'm using Vite. Okay, and I've never done an app with Vite before. So Vite is like the modern ultra-fast engine Claude uses for React apps in 2026. While older tools like Create React App defaulted to 3000, Vite uses 5173. It's not an error, it's just a new neighborhood for modern web apps. The refuse to connect actually usually means the engine, the dev server, isn't actually running in the background, or it's running but stuck. So is the process actually running? Go to the terminal Claude window. Does it currently show a message? Vite v5 xxx ready in xms. I'm not sure. I'm just gonna copy and paste everything. So we hit a connection refused snag. Classic port 5173 situation. Vite's high-speed engine is ready. But we might have a ghost process or a silent server. Looks like I'm definitely in the right spot. The running in the background message with the Vite output means the engine is officially turned on. If I'm still seeing refuse to connect, it's likely a small networking quirk between the browser and the terminal environment. Saying instead of typing localhost, try a different variation, so I'll try that. Same thing. Try incognito window. I doubt that would work, but I'll try it. Nope, same thing. So I gotta hit Control O to expand what it was talking about. So I did Control O, and then I'm just gonna give it back to Gemini. All right, I tried your first two suggestions of typing out the numbers and then trying a new incognito window, and both of those things didn't work. So I hit Control O and I'm going to paste what it's showing here. Yeah, I've not had an error like this since the early days, to where like I tried running it up for the first time and it just didn't work like this. So yeah, I mean, I guess like, new flow, new tools, like should expect stuff like this, but okay, the engine's definitely on. I'm being ghosted by the local connection. Sometimes the Windows network stack or a firewall gets picky about Vite's default settings. Since localhost and the IP didn't work, let's try the expose method. This forces the server to broadcast on the local network, which usually bypasses the refused to connect issue. So kill the current process in the terminal, press Control and C. And then run a command npm run dev host. It's going to tell npm to pass the host flag directly to Vite. And then the terminal should show a network link with the actual IP address. Try clicking that network link. Okay. So essentially, I think what it's saying is like I've never used this port before with this or byte, and is saying like my computer's got maybe has something blocking this exact port. Okay, show me the network HTTP. So I'll try that. There we go. I have no idea why that worked, and the other thing didn't work. Okay, so that network HTTP link did work. So can you explain to me why the normal way I did it didn't work, and why this I had to do extra steps to get this network link, and why that worked? Classic senior dev moment right there. It's frustrating when the standard way fails, but understanding why is how you level up from a coder to an engineer. Here's the breakdown of why the local host ghosted me and why the network link saved the day. Usually, localhost is just a nickname for your own computer. However, in modern setups, especially if you're using a WSL terminal, a container, or a virtual environment, your computer can get confused about which door to knock on. The problem: your browser was looking at localhost, the nickname, but your computer's security setting or a loopback error was sending that request into a dead end. The refusal: the browser knocked on the door, but the operating system said, I don't know who lives here, and slammed the door shut. Why the network link worked: when I ran npm run dev, 4 dashes, and host, I essentially told the Vite server, stop hiding in the basement, go out to the front porch, and shout your data to the whole neighborhood, your local network. By using that host part after run dev, the server stops listening only to the internal loopback and starts listening to the actual IP address. So when I typed that IP into the browser, it didn't have to guess who localhost was. It had a direct GPS accurate address to the server. It's like the difference between saying, meet me at the house when you don't know which house versus giving someone the exact street address and zip code. Modern dev tools like Vite version 7.31, which I'm using, are way more secure by default. They often disable external access unless you specifically ask for it with the extra dash dash host flag after run npm run dev. This prevents other people on the same Wi-Fi as me from accidentally seeing your work in progress dashboard. So we finally breached the firewall. Why did the standard link fail? Because localhost is a nickname that sometimes gets lost in translation. We forced this app to broadcast on its actual network IP, giving the browser a direct line of sight. We traded convenience for connectivity. Now that the handshake is complete, the data flow is unrestricted. The dashboard is live and we're officially in business. So now that I can see the dashboard, is it working? Check the header. Is breakout buddy title showing up? Yup. Your crypto watchman, we monitor the volume so you don't have to. Look at the scan status. Is the progress bar moving? If it did come up, it happened so quick I couldn't even see it. Do I see any cards in the list? It's saying no breakouts, no consolidating right now. Which, from what I looked at crypto maybe an hour before I started this, that would make sense. Okay, both the scan counts for breakout alerts and consolidating say 0. It says last scan just now, next in 15 minutes. And I did hit the scan now button and it looked like some kind of bar showed up, but it was like it came and went in like a fraction of a second, so I couldn't really tell. But essentially, yeah, I'm seeing no breakouts or consolidating right now. And I mean, that pretty much makes sense for what I understand about what crypto is doing right now. Yeah, so this is something that, like, is not going to be like you go and check it. It's something you'd want to like have running in the background. And then, I mean, you could go and check it, but the chances of you checking it like right when a breakout is happening is super low. And if you're just gonna go check it like that, then you could just go check the crypto charts. But the point of this is so that you don't have to go check it for this, so that it can be in the background on your computer, and essentially when an alert happens, it alerts you right away. So if you had to check it, then you're probably gonna miss it anyway, because most of these big breakouts, especially with the smaller cap coins, happen so quick and so fast you would miss it. But if you can catch it right away and buy in like right away, then I mean that's money right there. I just checked the tape for today, so they're saying they just checked like the crypto for today, and I hit the nail on the head. The market is currently in a massive consolidation phase. Bitcoin is oscillating between 60 and 70. Actually just broke out of 70, but it's like I think that was like a fake out and it's starting to go back down. The fear and greed index has been stuck in an extreme fear for weeks. But yeah, essentially like that's another thing. I have it set on 5% range, and like it's been in like maybe a 10 to 15% range for the past couple months. So maybe to make this tool better, I think I won't know until I actually start seeing alerts. But I might need to like essentially like change the parameters for like what range to look for sideways before a breakout happens. We built the breakout buddy to be a high conviction sniper, not a machine gun. If it was showing you 20 alerts right now, it would be lying to me. The fact that it says 0 means it's correctly identifying that no coins have met our strict 2 times volume plus 5% consolidation criteria yet. And that makes sense. Just gonna check to see. Okay, yeah. Yeah, definitely it's still like kind of going down. It just broke out, and I put in a sell, so I shorted it like kind of at the top of the breakout, and I'm up like 70% on this this Bitcoin trade right now. But yeah, I think that's too blurry. So essentially, yeah, so this is saying that it's live and it's telling us to stay on the sidelines. It's telling us to stay on the sidelines. We're scanning 400 plus pairs of Binance on Binance in milliseconds, and right now the market is flat. Um, no fake outs. No, but I bet you if this was maybe like 12 hours ago, it would have probably alerted. So this is exactly why we built the consolidation filter. It's protecting us from over trading in a sideways market. We've got the notification toggle on, so now we just go about our day. No, I don't. I've got to find where the notification toggle is. Um, okay, I do not have the notification toggle on, and I think that means like so that it is like just turns into an icon on the bottom of Windows, and it's like silently running in the background, and then it'll alert me if an alert goes off. Is that correct? And yeah, that's cool because I basically, not basically, I did the entire build in the terminal and it didn't have to compact one time. So it was able to stay in the original like context. And I'm about to check that when I know I'm done for sure to see how much context it used. So we just built the brain of the app and it lives inside the browser tab. Here's how the silent running actually works. If you keep the tab open but minimize the browser or just switch to another tab like YouTube or Twitter, the buddy will keep running, the 15-minute timer will fire, the scan will happen, and if it finds a coin, a Windows Toast notification will slide out from the bottom right of the screen. Closing is the kill switch. If you completely close the browser window or that specific tab, the buddy stops working. Unlike a pro trading platform you install on your PC, a web app's heart stops beating when the tab is closed. That makes sense. The notification center, if an alert goes off while you're away from your desk, Windows will save that alert in the notification center or the little bell date time icon in the corner. You can click it when you get back to see what you missed. So this is a web-based sniper. As long as the tab is alive in the background, it's on duty. It'll sit silently in the system trays, memory, scanning the Binance tape every 15 minutes. If it sees a breakout, it'll reach out and tap me on the shoulder with a Windows notification. So I'm wondering, I thought that Claude told me it was doing more than that, but I'm not sure. So Gemini is saying I could do like a test alert button just to make sure like an alert appears, but I don't feel like that's necessary. So essentially, I'm gonna double check the plan first and see that there were only 5 steps. Looks like there's 8 here. Um, but yeah, I did not do the audit on this one. Okay, so it sounds like that was the last step, but I don't think I did an audit on the last step. Um, do you have a prompt for me to give to Codex? Okay, the final integration audit. So yeah, welcome to the chat. I see your question about anti-gravity. I myself haven't tried it. Yeah, this guy right here, he's tried it. So I've heard mixed reviews about anti-gravity. I heard basically don't use it. I used Cursor to get started, which I was recommended to use Cursor instead of anti-gravity. Um, but essentially, I quickly phased out of Cursor, and from what I understand, like I wouldn't like even if I were to try anti-gravity right now, it would be like moving backwards in my workflow. But yeah, I'm not sure. This is just like what I'm hearing from other people. Oh, so you're saying that with Vercel, the problem that you had was it wasn't reading the static folder. Okay. And I'm guessing that was like when you you probably pushed it to GitHub first, and then you like created a new project in Vercel, and it just wouldn't let you create the product or project because it wasn't reading that static folder. Yeah, even the guy that's tried, even Kai who tried the tried anti-gravity says that it sounds like he's saying that he thinks Cursor is better than anti-gravity. Oh no, they're just better in different ways. Oh, that's good to know. So anti-gravity is better for like designs and then like just getting stuff done. Cursor. So yeah, it's cool to know how all these tools have like different strengths and weaknesses. And that's something I have not gotten much into yet is like making stuff look like really good. Because essentially right now I'm just building MVPs that I'm trying to see are people using for the function, and then if people are using it, then I'll go and I'll upgrade the MVP so that it actually looks like really professional. Oh, okay. So I was running this audit. Yeah, never heard of Figma either. Let's see. I'm gonna ask Gemini real quick. Hey Gemini, what do you think about the differences between Figma, anti-gravity, and Cursor? What I'm getting is it looks like they first compared Cursor and anti-gravity. Cursor is like having a Formula One pit crew. They make you faster. Anti-gravity is like having a self-driving car. You tell it where to go and it handles the turns. If you're building a real business today, you're on Cursor. If you're living in 2030 and experimenting with autonomous agents, you're playing with anti-gravity. Okay. Yeah, I gotta check out more of Figma and anti-gravity. Like I definitely know Cursor, and I went through from using Cursor to not finding it helpful at all anymore pretty quick, but it definitely was like a good like bridge as a beginner to understand what was going on much better than what was going on in Claude. And talking about Figma to Flutter using anti-gravity. So it sounds like people are using Figma and anti-gravity together, but it doesn't really say how. Must be for like something with design. So cursor is not helpful anymore because it was super simple. So when I got started, and I was a beginner and I didn't know what was going on, cursor was very helpful because it moved a lot slower than Claude, and it explained more of what it was doing. So like as a beginner, it was like much easier to understand the flow. And then I realized like especially when I would run into like bugs or a problem, cursor was like, you had to like manually like try this, then try that, then try that. Whereas like Claude Code, I'd be like, okay, just fix it. And Claude Code would like go and try a bunch of different things I would never have thought of and fix it super quick. So then I would go back to cursor and I would keep using cursor and then just go to Claude Code when I would have problems. And like basically little by little I was like understanding more of what was going on in Claude Code, and cursor just got to be like slow and not necessary because I was already understanding it. So it was like it was very helpful at first, but I like quickly like phased out of it. And like then I was just using the terminal with Claude Code, and then I pretty much got to a point where like that started to make way more sense. And then I switched over to using the chat window with Claude Code, like I have on the going back into code on the right here, where it's showing the cursor audit info or codex. So like here's like Claude Code I use for plan mode for in the window for this. But yeah, so then I found that like the window was better with I was moving faster than in the terminal, but it took up way more context. So that's why now my flow that I just started today, I'm doing Claude Code in the terminal for the build, Claude Code in the window for the planning, and then like any kind of like research or like checking for like better API keys or something like that during the build. Because this runs up the context a lot quicker, and when the context starts to get full, it starts to make more mistakes and gets slower and takes more tokens. And then now I just started Codex today too, and Codex is supposed to be better just for audits and security. So my flow is plan mode, or essentially, oh, yeah. So essentially, I started Gemini. I just like working with Gemini LLM better. I started Gemini to do like the basic planning, like finding the problem and pain points and create a name and just get the vision down. And then once I got the vision down, then I go into Claude Code for plan mode in the window. And then once the plan is done, I have it create a plan MD. And as soon as the plan MD is done, I just go into the terminal, tell Claude start phase one. When phase one is done, then I go into Codex and I say audit phase one, and then it finds problems. Depending on the problem, I either have Codex fix it or the terminal and cursor or Claude Code fix it, and that's pretty much the flow. And also because I stopped using cursor, which was $20 a month, and I wasn't using it anymore. Now I'm using VS Code, and from what I understand, VS Code was like original, and cursor was a fork of that. So VS Code and cursor are like very similar. Just the way the windows work seems to be the main difference. So someone's telling me that I'm a developer. That's awesome. That's the first time I've heard that. Cause yeah, I just started this about 2 weeks ago, and I only spent about a month, like maybe an hour a day, just like doing basic research on like code in different languages and just learning the very basic stuff. And I definitely feel like I'm improving a lot, especially the last couple, like the last week. I've just like, I kind of like broke to a new level and evolved and just been like making so much improvements. And GPT is the worst. Yes. And before I was doing the vibe coding, I was like spending so much time learning different LLMs and for like using it for business stuff, mostly marketing, and also writing books. I was like writing a lot with it. And essentially, yeah, GPT, like I feel like GPT has gotten worse. And over the past like 2 years, and everything else has gotten better. Like Gemini is getting better, I feel like, the more I work with it. And same thing with Claude LLM. I just don't like the dictation, the way I can talk to Claude LLM. Like Gemini just seems to flow and is way smoother and quicker for talking to it. But yeah, Codex is definitely, I feel like, I mean, this is the first time I've used it, but I feel like it's doing a better job than finding the errors than Claude did. And I feel like it's definitely better to do this workflow where I'm checking for errors after each phase, because then they can like compound, and then where I used to just check it all at the end with Claude, this is way easier. So am I a developer or just vibe coding? Um I would say I'm a vibe coder, and developer, I don't essentially know like what it means to be a developer, but I guess I'm developing stuff. So if that makes me a developer, then I mean, I'm not too concerned with the labels. I just like the word vibe coding because I always feel like I'm always like, like my life, like I'm trying to go off of like vibes and energy. And when I heard of vibe coding, I was like, whoa, what's that? So yeah, it's just like the vibe that you bring to the project, and you like vibe with it and change it as you go. And this project right here didn't require much like vibing. Like it was mostly like the vibing came with like creating the plan, and then it was just like I just had to stick to the plan to do stuff. But yeah, like that project I did yesterday, oh man, that was a ton of vibing. Like I had to go through all the levels of the game and like find all these errors, and I was just like vibing like fixes, like like every like 5 minutes. So yeah, the government thing with GPT, I think that's why I noticed that like it used to be really good, and then maybe like a year and a half ago or a year ago or something, when I started reading about how like it was like storing all the data for the government with Larry Ellison, and his like he bought it just to store the data. It was like right after that, like it not only like started being like less helpful, but it started like being really, I felt like it was like censored. Like it was telling me information before that was like I couldn't find anywhere else about stuff that was like seemed like it was like super like it just knew everything about everything. But then like after it got like bought out and it started collecting everyone's data, it was like, oh, I can't tell you that. And I was like, wait, what? Like you told me that before. Like why is it now you're like changing your tune? And yeah, and plus, do I trust it? Like, and do I, especially for a business, like would I want to run a business with GPT when all the data is being given to, like, no, no. So yeah, this app right here, so let's see, I just missed, what do I do professionally, like full time? So I've been an entrepreneur for like 15 years. Um Before that, I was just doing like, odd jobs. Like first business I started was with some friends in university town, where it was like, wow, 15 to 20 years ago we started, like before there was like DoorDash and Uber Eats. We essentially started like a delivery called Get Me Gourmet, and it was essentially like, just delivering from like the restaurants like in the university area to like the dorms mostly. And then after about 2 or 3 years of that, then a bunch of competitors came along, and then that business wasn't really like working that well anymore. And then I started essentially a publishing company, because I was always reading business books, so I started writing like marketing books and started writing a bunch of other books that I found, started to find out what was selling. And then I started hiring people, and I'd give them like the ideas for the books and like plans, and they'd write it. So I essentially evolved into a publishing company. And after like, I don't know, maybe like did that for like 7 years, I got like sick of doing it. So now I'm like still getting checks from that, from those books that are still for sale, but I don't really feel like writing books anymore, doing that whole thing. And just tried a bunch of different businesses in between there. And yeah, now I'm doing another business I've got that was like my main business, but I kind of pushed it to the side, because this is just like way better opportunity once I like realized what the potential was with vibe coding and how it could help my business so much. And uh, I'm getting ready to feel like I'm like almost ready to start building like actual like employees and parts of the business with Claude Code that most people are doing with Claudebot, but Claude Code is like way better to do because it's way more customized from what I understand. So yeah, I can basically build like a whole marketing department, a whole like CRM, and like all different departments to make it like essentially like a whole business that's wired together. And I want to do that. So I want to like essentially this like the apps I'm building are for finance. So this will be its own business. Like once I finish these apps, sounds like the next logical step is to link them all together, and then like do some kind of like subscription with it. And like all the apps are used for free right now for anybody in the audience, listed in the YouTube description, so anyone can try them and use them. And I've got tracking on, so I can tell like, you know, which apps are getting used more than the others, so I have a better idea of how to structure like the kind of like the hub that has everything. And then I'll build out like a whole business with vibe coding. So yeah, there's so much potential and so much I can do as far as like taking my business background and applying it to vibe coding. And yeah, the making a game. I made a game yesterday and the day before, and those were the first two games I made. The one yesterday was like way more complicated and ran into way more problems, but both of those are in the description. And yeah, I think they provide a ton of value. Especially the one yesterday was like really good for people that are trying to learn when is the best time to buy a stock. So you're saying be careful about security. Yeah, I know there's so many different aspects. I know like the API keys. Like I've been only using free APIs so far, and yeah, I know there's so many different things that I probably don't even know about security. But I guess I just have to learn as I go, and things will break, and I'll fix them. And I mean, I think that's kind of like any business, and that's just life in general. Is like, you know, you can never be like know for 100% that like everything is secure. Like there's always like, you know, things you don't know. But yeah, if you don't mind, let me know what you think. The main things to be careful about when it comes to security, because all I really know right now is kind of like, you know, APIs and the things that I'm catching with the audits. So would I hire a professional after completing? Yeah, definitely. I plan on taking because I've already got like income coming from like the other business and everything. So what I plan on doing is like essentially taking all the profits from this business and putting it right back into the business. And that probably would make the most sense. Like, even if it's just hiring a freelancer to check everything over. But the way I see it is like if people aren't actually using stuff, it's not necessary. These are all like MVP, uh, like minimum viable product basically. So I'm not like fine tuning it yet. It's free. The APIs are all free. So if someone breaks in and gets the API key, all they can really do is like run the rate limit up, and then it'll just stop the app from working, and I'll get a message, and I'll be able to tell something's like weird about it, and I could just go change and replace the free API key. So essentially, yeah, there's so much to this. I'm just getting started. I'm seeing like way more potential even than when I first started. But yeah, knowing what's possible is evolving, and there's so much to this that I can't wait to get to. And This new workflow I think is gonna help a lot with especially security and stuff. And that reminds me, I thought there was an API for Binance, but oh yeah, I didn't run through the last audit to see. Looks like there's no like important things, but either way, I'm gonna run through this audit, see what it recommends. So with Claude Code, I can create subagents. Um, oh, I see that's too. That's good for. I'm guessing those are security things to remember. So yeah, I'm gonna take a note right now for that security stuff to. Yeah, thanks for that. That's super valuable. With Claude Code, I can create subagents and skills that target this stuff too. Can make a subagent like a security reviewer and have it run for all the subtasks. Yeah, there's like so much potential here. So yeah, I would get into creating subagents and yeah, I think there's so much more to go. Like I'm just getting started. Even though it seems like I've like progressed a lot, like I can tell like no, this is still like the very beginning like stages. Um so if I need any video editor for the videos, um not right now. I want to start like putting out like more just long form and short form YouTube videos other than just the live streams. And I've got a process and I'm gonna try to um essentially code an editor and basically something that can do the entire process. So I'll see how it works, but essentially like I used to be monetized on YouTube and I'm not anymore, and I kind of like didn't do anything for a while, but yeah, when I get monetized again on YouTube, then most likely I will be just taking that money and putting it back into YouTube and hiring someone to do the editing and stuff. So yeah, if you want to join the Discord, the link is in the description and you can join Discord, and then I'll just drop me a note like, "Hey, check in with me, if you need an editor later," something like that. And I can do that later. But yeah, let's see. Oh yeah, back to the that audit. So yeah, this recent audit, 95% clean audit. Um, just applying the final changes in the audit for codecs. And I'm wondering, why didn't I have to do something with the Binance API? So one other thing, like this says it's done, but I thought from the beginning they were talking about there was like an API that I needed from Binance. Is that something that I needed to get from Binance and then put it in the ENV folder? Or is that something that it just automatically was able to hook up to Binance? Oh, you've been vibe coding for 2 years. That's awesome, man. Yeah, I didn't even know that vibe coding's been around that long. Um, I just learned about vibe coding like maybe a month and a like 2 months ago, because I've been doing this challenge for like a month now, and I've been just like a month before that just started learning, and like maybe 2 months before that, one of my friends that's also entrepreneur was telling me like, dude, you got to check out Claude Code. Like it's building awesome things. And I saw one or two of the things that he built, and then I was like, yeah, I definitely need to look into this. So that's really how my vibe coding thing started. Was just like recommendation from another entrepreneur friend, and then me like watching YouTube videos and hearing what it was like capable of. And yeah, that's one thing I don't know is manual coding. Like I just basically like scanned through like a book on Python real quick and just like read like how code is structured, but I've never written a line of code in my life other than like copying it and pasting it into a file um from like Claude or something. So yeah, it seems like security is definitely the main thing with vibe coding. And for what app am I building and how much am I spending on the API keys? So right now I just built this Breakout Buddy app, and essentially it's like this is the first crypto app I did. All the other ones were for the stock market, and it will give an alert if like the price is like breaking out of a range that it's been in, and it'll give you alert right away. And the main thing is if you understand investing, you would know what volume is, and if it's a breakout with high volume, then it's way more likely to be like sustained and keep going. So before that, you would have had to like manually set um alerts. Like if a price hit a certain number, then set the alert. And then if you were able to catch the alert, then you'd have to go and make sure like the volume was good too. The alert couldn't like tell you if it was a breakout and volume. So this is doing alerts if breakouts only if the volume is there. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Like good ideas, and I have so many good ideas. And I was like, I don't like before this, I was like, it costs so much to hire a developer, and it takes so much time to code this stuff, and I just got to focus on one thing at a time. But now that I'm just like creating stuff something new every day, it's like ideas for me is not the problem. It's like you're saying, it's like what the things I don't know, like security, um, and even having an understanding of manual code, because like other people have been telling me that too. Like when I get into more like detailed and complicated builds, I'm really gonna want to have like a little, at least a little bit better understanding of code. So that's another reason while everything's running, I try to like read the code when it's coming through and try to like before it was like a foreign language, I didn't understand any of it, and now I'm like little by little starting to like pick up things here and there. Yes, vibe coding is definitely the future, and I feel like we're super early. Like you've been doing it for 2 years. I mean, you're like, man, like you got to be like one of the like OGs, like really been here from the start. And I feel like, a year from now, it'll probably just start to get like mainstream, and the tools will improve to like, where anyone can use it. But, there's so much to consider. I'm sure they'll like have improvements with like fixing security stuff, but just because we started this early and we know it from like this level, like we're way ahead. And like as an entrepreneur, I'm really good, I feel like, at recognizing trends, especially in business. And I think this is by far the most important business trend I've seen in like, man, maybe the past like 10 years. So yeah, I see so much potential in this. You're saying it's better not to start projects by yourself. You can easily lose motivation when the AI outputs something I can't understand. Yeah, I hear that. I've always been like a solo entrepreneur, so I guess I'm used to that. And I don't really, I know like some people that are doing this too, but I think for right now, I'm just trying to like do this consistently and learn as much as I can, and then I'm like learning the most when I run into problems. So yeah, for right now, but dude, that's awesome. Like we're all meeting right now in this chat, and then I've got the Discord so we can all like share projects and stuff and like learn from each other's projects. So I am like, yeah, I'm not really doing it alone, I guess. And I was so surprised when I first started, like, and I would run into like obstacles, like people in the comments would come in and help me. And I was like, that's probably like helped me more than anything. So yeah, just doing this live stream, I've gotten so much help that I wouldn't have gotten from like not being on the stream. Yeah, that's what people are saying. And like in like maybe a year, reading code doesn't matter. And that seems to be like one of the main like splits in like opinion is people have is some people are saying like, don't even worry at all about learning code. it's not going to matter in like a year from now. And some people are saying, no, you should definitely learn it because there's things that you would never like be able to understand in the future if you don't know it. Are you doing it with MT5? I'm not sure what MT5 is. Um, so you want an app that can auto trade on your own strategy, and didn't big firms already build it? So yeah, there are definitely people that are doing like trading bots essentially. So here's what I understand about that, especially from a business perspective. If you're selling a trading bot, you have to pay like tons of licenses and fees with like the SEC, and you really have to like be super careful to like not tell people that like, they can definitely make money, and tell people that they should definitely buy at a certain time. So you got to be really careful. But if you can create customized trade bots for people that you like help them build, and it's like their own like idea, then you don't need to go through like so many like obstacles with the SEC and pay those like fees and stuff. So like I'm just trying to think of basically like the future and like how that would work for me, because I could totally see myself like, building trading bots and at least testing them out with paper trading, like trading with fake money, and if it works then like put a little bit of money in. But yeah, I know some people are already doing that. I've heard mixed reviews. Some people are saying it's like really not that good yet. Some people saying that the trading bots don't work, but like the like poly market type stuff, it's good for, because it can like go and search to get like data that can help you predict stuff better. But yeah, I think I've got a lot of ideas for the future of like doing some kind of trading bot, and maybe even selling them in a way that would make sense, that I don't have to deal with like the SEC stuff. And yeah, respect, definitely good looking out. Yeah, thanks. Like I appreciate all the advice. And yeah, that's like the future of like, for like a lot of people are vibe coding right now because they understand that, and they are looking at vibe coding as like doing it right now with the mindset of this is going to get them like a job in the future. And from what I understand, like, developers, like there's like senior developers and then like junior developers, and like the junior developers are people who like write the code and then they send it to the senior developer, and then they look for like bugs and stuff, and then they send it back to the junior developers. And so for right now, it sounds like junior developers like are being phased out of companies, and it's only senior developers. And in like a year or two, they won't even need senior developers, and companies will just hire like one person to like do the entire vibe coding for like their entire business. And that will be like one of the like most like high paid, like, best jobs you can get. And this is not something that you can learn in like a college or something, from what I understand. And even if you could, like your learning rate of like doing it through a college, like at least for me, like I learned way quicker just by doing it. So yeah, this is like people like us who are like in the trenches and actually like figuring this stuff out right now on our own, and we're learning. And a year from now, like we'll be so good that like, but that's the thing, is like if we can build our own business, like why would I want to like make money for another business, like when I could just keep all the money? Like why would I want to like work on another business ideas? But some people, I learned that like that was one of the biggest things when I first started hiring people for my publishing company. I was like, why don't these people just see what I'm doing and then just go like start their own business and do the same thing? But very few people did that. Maybe like 1% of people like saw that and was like, why don't I just do this? Because most people, I think, are happier being employees. But yeah, that's quant finance. So using OpenClaw to trade. Yeah, so OpenClaw has a lot of security risks, and it's not as customizable. So like OpenClaw, you can't customize it to the level that you could customize something with Claude Code or vibe coding. And quant finance is really hard for AI right now. Yeah, it sounds like there's still a long ways to go. So I'm looking at that as like something in the future. And developing an indicator detecting all kinds of patterns of price action stuff would be great. And oh yeah, how much am I spending with the API keys? Nothing. I've gone and created like, I guess this would be 20 different finance apps now. And I've probably tried like 5 or 6 different APIs, and I'm always using the free tiers. And essentially, it's helping me learn like all the different available finance APIs and how they're different. Um, some of them have like better charts. Some of them have like more of a longer time frame of data. Some of them have more specifics on the data they get. But it sounds like essentially once I start monetizing the finance business that I'm building right now with like vibe coding, that's when I would switch to a paid API. And by that time, I should have used so many different free API keys that I'll have such a good understanding of the best APIs to use, and I'll just like pick that best one and then switch to that paid one. And yeah, this indicator, like I see what you're saying, and that was like the idea. I just didn't feel like confident in building something that detailed before. But now that I feel like I'm getting a lot better, today is the first time I made something that is going through and it's basically only checking for like one indication, which is like breakouts, something that's been going sideways for more than 2 days, and a breakout with volume. But I mean, I know because I've been like, an investor for taking it seriously at least like 5 to 7 years now. And yeah, I understand that that was not something you could do before like vibe coding and essentially this came along, AI and everything. So exactly. If you wait too long, then like if I just waited for it to start working, I wouldn't have enough background now. I'd still have to learn so much to like know how to make it work right. So yeah, the people who I know, someone was recommending me to check out this guy Moondev. Moondev does like builds where you have to like pay to see him like build trading bots. A couple other people that I've listened to that are like professional traders on YouTube, they're just starting to make trading bots. And yeah, like I said, mixed reviews. A lot of people are saying that most of it's hype when people say that they've like made this really good trading bot, that they're just trying to get views on YouTube and they're really not good yet, and people like don't trust them with more than paper trading. Um if you want to for AI to become good, hence the reason you doubt they'll ever make it that easy. Well, I mean, it's not about them making it easy from what I understand. It's about like just knowing what you want to build and knowing like what's possible to build. Because right now, I mean, like I just built something that's essentially doing that right there. Like it's the only thing it's not doing is actually making the trade. So like this would be like an indicator that like I could be like, okay, I could probably even build an extra step to this that says like, you know um every time this indicator goes off, I could build like a paper trading like engine that is like a part of this app, and I could make it so like, every time like a certain indicator goes off for a certain crypto that I pick or something, start super simple, start with like one coin, and then just be like, run a paper trading simulator so that you buy every time this goes off. And then I could learn like through the paper trading. So I mean, essentially, I could turn this tool into into that trading bot right now, really. But yeah, that's just like more like I want to get better at like other stuff first and build the business out first before I get into that. Don't trust Moondev. Yeah, I was like, why are you charging money to have people watch you build and so many people are vibe coding for free? Um, and yeah, that's the main thing. If somebody was actually built a trading bot that was making them crazy money, would they be going out and like trying to sell it? I don't think that would be necessary. I think they'd be just using it and maybe not even telling anybody. Um, you've sent the website in the Discord. Awesome. Yeah, I'll check that right now. Uh, Bright Edu PI Master CSEC and Cape the Fun Way. Oh, I don't even know what CSEC and CAPE are, but yeah, this looks really good. Like this looks like professional for sure. Caribbean students, yeah, big up the Caribbean. Ace your exams with gamified lessons, practice questions, and AI powered personalized study paths. Oh, that's awesome. And it's even got like creating accounts and stuff. Yeah, this looks like super professional. Um, yeah, I would say, and it's like gamified. Yeah, this is, I feel like this is the future, is getting people in like on a gamified way to learn stuff. And then, like having most of it be for free, but like having like a paid feature where it can just like speed up their process or unlock extra stuff. And then having like, like maybe like a $20 version and like $100 version or something like that. But yeah, I'm definitely gonna look more into this later because yeah, this is good inspiration right here. And business simulations, that's awesome. That's the main thing that I want to see is this. Well, that's a good idea. Yeah, definitely looking into this after the stream. That's awesome. Thanks a lot. What is Moondev? Moondev is like a person essentially, I guess. That's their like their username, and they're building trading bots. And from what I saw, like I didn't look too much into it, but basically like they go live and then you have to pay like $5 to like watch them building a trading bot. And essentially I think what the point of it was like they're charging you to see how they build it so you can just go and like copy what they're doing to build one for yourself. But that's another thing. If you're just copying somebody else's build, especially with a trading bot, I mean, I know from investing, everyone has different trading styles and different ways of trading work different with everybody. So you'd be using his trading style. If something broke, like how are you going to know to fix it? If you run into a problem, how are you going to know because you haven't been trading like that, like what the problem actually is with like different indicators or whatever. So yeah, there's just like so much more to it. That's one of the main things about investing is like it looks so easy until you actually try it, or not so much investing buy and sell, but trading. It looks so easy just looking at a chart, and it's like, oh, I could have just bought there and sold there, and like I'd make so much money. But then when you actually try it in real life, then you start dealing with your own fear and greed, and your emotions get into it, and the FOMO, and it's just a whole new game that you never expected. And it's all about like mastering your emotions and making like clear decisions and just so much stuff that you would never think of. Um, yeah, I'll press get started for free. Check it out. Um, oh, so this is like, wow, this is like every topic of everything. You got like a whole university course right here. Um, yeah, this reminds me, what's it called? MIT is like a university, and for so many years they've had their whole like curriculum online. But like this takes it to another level with the game. Like I could probably even like just give a prompt and be like, "Hey Claude, go take this course out of MIT and like gamify it." And so like the main thing I'm seeing with this is like this is like a lot of different subjects. And like definitely if I were doing this, I would have analytics installed and I would be looking to see like which subjects people are most interested in, and then either creating like a new app to just cover those one subjects, or evolving this so it focuses more on the stuff people use and less on the stuff they don't. Um so yeah, you've just been doing basic covered calls like options against your index funds. I hear you. Yeah, you can make it as simple or difficult as you want. Um, Essentially, these apps are mainly for beginners. So, like, if you wanted to check out some of the apps that might help you the most, I think it would be before you do the games, to just check out the different technical indicator apps that are meant to essentially like teach you how to use these technical indicators in like 5 minutes as compared to like what would take hours before like AI came along. Moondev is just accesses the crypto ledger, finds people who are doing really well, and then builds a bot to copy their trades. Oh, he just assumes they're whales. So they might be just lucky. They might be just people who are new and just got lucky, and then like they look like they're doing really well, but then you copy their trading. Yeah, I can see the problem with that. But I can see why that's smart too. Like, but also too, like I'm saying, like everyone trades differently. If this guy's copying other people's styles, like what you want to do, I feel like is create your own style. Do some trading, and like it's just gonna take probably years until you develop your own style. Once you develop your own style, then you know what to create. See, I'm gonna look in the business. Let's see, principles of business, and then continue. So is this like a college? Is this like preparing you for like a college exam, like the main exam for like these business programs? I'm guessing. Select the country. Search the school. Oh yeah, so it's got high school and college. Okay. Which form? Just do form 1. Beginner principles of business. How'd I hear? From friends and family. Streak. Reminders. Don't lose your streak. Oh, skip for now. Start the learning journey. Evaluation. That's a good idea. Um, Oh, and it's like giving you a quiz to see what you know to start. Okay. Um, type of business is owned by shareholders. Public company. Which document shows a company's financial position? Balance sheet. What does SWOT stand for? Strength, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. What is the break-even point? Um, total revenue equals total cost. What is market segmentation? Dividing market into groups. Not sure on that one actually. What is a franchise? A business license to sell branded products. Yeah, so this is cool. Yeah, there's definitely way more to check with this. And yeah, analytics are super important. And then would be pretty simple to look for a history. If the ledger shows a longer history of winning, that's not a bad way. Exactly. And there's definitely people who like one of my apps I made is for it's for looking at the buys and sells from the CEOs of the company. So it's for like the insider of the company trading because they have to report it to the SEC. So I have an API that's linked right to the SEC, and it lets you know as soon as these or this one's the company one. So like it's showing me like Elon Musk just bought like $90 million worth of Tesla like 5 days ago, or like who was it? The guy that owned Nvidia just sold like $90 million worth of Nvidia. So that's super big right there. Like, if the person in the company who owns the company is buying a ton like that, that they're expecting the price to go up, or if they're selling, they're expecting it to go down. And also, there's another app that I made that was for politicians. So the politicians have to report all the trades they make, and they're most likely getting inside information. And I even had it like rated based on like is this politician buying a stock within the sector that they like, are governing, or are they buying it like out of the sector? It's just random. Are they buying it with like, their own personal account, or is it like their friends and family's account? But yeah, there's so much potential here, and I'm just getting started, and I can tell like the future is gonna be awesome. Just like doing this every day and getting better every day is like where it's at. So yeah, respect. I see that you're from the Caribbean. There was like this is like all for like Caribbean like business and stuff, and yeah, I really like going down there. I got to get back there. I want to go. I just got into wing foiling, and I guess Puerto Rico. I was there like maybe a year and a half ago. I think that's considered Caribbean, but yeah, I haven't. Other than that, I haven't been like back to Jamaica in a while, and I've been to Aruba, but yeah, I gotta check out. I want to get back to the Caribbean and do more wing foiling. Mostly, I'm like in the mountains snowboarding, but wing foiling is like the summer thing I got now. That's like because I know Jamaica especially doesn't have good surfing. There's not a lot of good surfing in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico had some, but now that wing foiling is like the new sport, like there's so many good spots on places that didn't have surfing before that you can do wing foiling now that are like, not overrun with like expensive hotels, because like all the good surf spots in the world for the most part, like you got to pay so much to be like within walking distance to the surf spot. So will the app be available on GitHub or Play Store? I'm about to push it to GitHub right now, and as far as putting it on stores, I'm not sure yet how that's gonna work. If I'm gonna like, if I have individual apps that like blow up and a ton of people start using it, then yeah, it would make sense to put it on there. But I think maybe what would make more sense is to like make a hub, kind of like what this guy's got. You can check out his site on the Discord, and he's just got like every different course for business, and then he can find out over time which ones people are using more and go from there. And also, I heard that if you heard of Solana, essentially it's a cryptocurrency, and they have a cell phone called like a Solana phone that they're doing as like a competitor for the iPhone, and essentially like the Apple Store takes like 30% of every app's sale. But Solana's doing a phone where like they're taking like, a fraction of 1% from every app sale. So they're going to be building their own app store. I'm not sure if it's already live. It's like, and it's free too. It's like you only have to pay like $250 in like a Solana cryptocurrency, not Solana, but one like Solana. And then you can get the phone with that currency, and then they send you the phone with like already loaded up like the same value of like currency for their app store. So KG's trying to set me up. I have no idea what that command deletes your whole system. I'm not sure which. Oh, I see. RM minus RF. Yeah, I will not do that. Respect. That's something I did not know. But I guess they got to come and try. Like I was surprised how many people when I first started, especially how many people would come and just like try to mess with me, and I was like okay, but yeah, the best thing to do is just not even like give them any energy for like response. But I mean, like they think that stuff is funny, but like yeah, like if you do that to people, like I believe in karma, so like you can believe whatever you want, but that's why I don't do that kind of stuff. But anyways, it's a good reason to make a hook in Claude Code. Yeah, I'm not sure what a hook is, but I want to get back and find out what was going on with this API. So, oh, for the Binance thing, I did not need an API key. So it's hooked up, but I didn't need to put in the API key. So this is like the first app I've made that I haven't used an API key. And Binance just uses your IP address as your ID card. Okay. So I would need an API key if I wanted to add extra features like trading. So if I got an API key for them, that's what I've heard is like a lot of these exchanges, you can get an API key so people can trade, and then you get like a small cut of it or something. But then if you do that, then there's also like regulations with the SEC and stuff. So yeah, I'm just like taking it slow, getting down the vibe and getting down the flow, and when I know enough to start getting into that lane, and that would be like after like I already like built out the business anyway that I would want to add and stuff like that. Because if I don't have any, like people using the apps, it doesn't make sense to like start doing that. So at least for what I'm doing. Um, okay, so I'm thinking right now it should be. All right, so basically it looks like from the terminal, like they didn't tell me there's an extra step. Should I just be like asking the terminal if it's done with the build? So there's a hook in Claude Code to prevent it from doing a command. Oh, I see. So no matter what, like even if I type that in, I should look into, yeah, I'm gonna look up hook-ins to prevent. Yeah, and I always get an awesome list of notes from people every day to like make the stream better for the next day. So yeah, respect to everybody. Yeah, I really appreciate it, everything. And I'm sure we all like evolve together and all learn from each other. So let's see. Um, Here's how I officially check if it's done. Okay, so I gotta do the GitHub now. Oh, I see what you're saying. It'll just like prevent Claude that if like someone types that in or I accidentally did it. And I'm sure there's other like commands that I'd want to avoid that I could look up to see to add to that too. But yeah, that's good to know. That guy thought he was like trying to like break my system, but he actually just like gave me value and taught me like things that will help me. So anyways, yeah. I mean either way, do what you want to do, like, that's life. Like I don't really care. Like um for plan mode in Claude, you can ask Claude to connect to Codex. In headless mode, it will have Codex review the plan. They will talk to each other. Yeah, I heard there was a way to link Claude and Codex, so I'm definitely gonna look into that. Um, yeah, respect. Good talking to you. Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna look more into that app. That's really awesome, and congratulations for winning that challenge. I'm definitely gonna be looking into more challenges too. So wanted to take a note on. Oh yeah, connect Claude and Cursor. Connect Claude and Codex. All right. Am I working in WSL or PowerShell? I'm working in PowerShell, I believe, through PowerShell terminal through VS Code. So let's see. Oh yeah, GitHub. There we go. All right, new repository. This one is Breakout Buddy. All right, create the repository and all right, so I just created a new repository in GitHub. I'm going to paste the URL that it gave me here, create a prompt that I can give to Claude to do the push and commit. Also, I need to remember to what's it called? Yeah, the Claude MD to automatically push. All right. So yeah, just doing the GitHub push. Then I will link it to Vercel and enable tracking. The workflow commits on every subtask after the CI/CD pipeline runs and the subagent reviewers run. Then on every major phase gate, it pushes to repo. Context is clear between every subtask. Yes, and that's the note that I just took because from what I understand, I just need to tell Claude with my Claude MD file to do that, and it'll do that. So like I can just have it do it in between, like automatically in between each step, and I just need to like know the right way to word it to put it in the Claude MD file. Is that right? Oh, you haven't automated it completely yet. Okay. So that's what you're like manually doing. I see. Um yeah, and that's what like right now I feel more comfortably doing it manually, especially because I don't want like a lot of steps. I feel like it's not necessary. But yeah, I'm getting in a better like habit. I used to only do it at the end of a build. Now I'm starting to do it like after main points in the build. And I can see how like today it kind of slipped my mind because I was like learning all this like this new flow. But I can tell in the future like that's just another thing like I can totally not even worry about thinking of, and it can just automatically do it with the Claude MD file. I feel like yeah, there's so much. It's like the more I learn, what's possible, and the better I can get. Oh, I see. Like some of it's automated and some is not. Yeah, and that's the way to go. That's the way to go. I feel like, especially with AI, to like make sure that some of it's manual. Okay. Um, all done. Push successfully. That's awesome. Now Vercel. Got add new project. Got the git import for breakout and no environment variables this time. That's new. All right. Building the logs, then deployment summary, and assigning custom domains. I'm gonna check my system that is starting to become more like memory, and like I'm having to check it less and less. And as my flow gets better, my system um gets easier to follow. So yeah, I had like my audit step at the end. Now I can just like kind of change that so it's automatic throughout. Yeah. And then even GitHub, I'll do that later. Do like one thing at a time. So yeah, the system is getting more and more simplified as I go. Like it started getting like more at the beginning, it was getting more complicated, and now it's getting way more simplified. Yes, the daily change is definitely like today it caused me that problem with the login and everything, but you know, as long as it's getting better, that's awesome. And I think like, yeah, it's just something I'll have to like adapt to. And the system's so important, especially from like coming from an entrepreneur like business standpoint, because essentially like, you know, that's what you want to do in business is you want to like create systems for every step of the business, because that way when you hire people, or in this case even build an AI employee, you want it to follow that exact system that you already created for each different department of your business. Because one of the worst things you can have in a business is hiring somebody that creates their own systems within your business that only they know how to run. So yeah, I already know like the how important the systems are, and making sure that I get it down right from the start. But yeah, there's so much awesome stuff to learn, and it's like I got it live on Vercel. I just need to go and set up analytics, all projects. Here we go. Analytics enable for free. And then I got to put the code in to link it up. I just enabled analytics on Vercel. I'm about to paste the code they gave me here, and I want you to use that to create a prompt that I can use to make sure that everything with the analytics is hooked up right. Performance tracking phase. Oh yeah, the last thing I think I want to do is just check to see in the terminal how much context did I go through, because this is the first time I've done a whole build where I haven't had to compact the context window. So that's definitely awesome, and I'm seeing that with the terminal. It uses way less context than plan mode, building it out through, or not even just plan mode, but the window Claude Code version. When I was building it out on there and switching between plan mode and the build, like that just ran through the context so quick. No errors, build passes. Okay. So seeing this comment, the app is up to 51,000 lines of code, not including tests, and you barely even tested it. Yeah, I've never counted like the lines of code before, but that definitely sounds like a lot. And yeah, that'd be really awesome. Like if you wanna, whenever you're done, if it's something that you can share like publicly, go ahead, put it on the Discord, and I'd like to see it. And I'm sure there's a lot of other people on there that even know more than me that could you know, check it out and give you advice and stuff like that too. All right, so now I just want to check the context. All right, I think the last thing I want to do for today is check the context and see like what I've used, because I believe in the terminal, I never once had to compact the conversation, and that's probably the first time that's ever happened. Oh, easy. Just take context. Oh yeah, I only went through 61,000 out of 200,000 tokens. Only used 30% of context, so I'm still in like, yeah, I'm definitely seeing the value of this system. It seemed a little bit redundant and like slow at first, but no, I can tell this is the way to go. And my system's only going to flow and get better over time. So yeah, this is awesome. Wow. No, that's the very first time that I've done a build without an auto compact. So that makes total sense. And this is what it was saying was because the terminal builds like so much quicker and uses way less context. And because I'm doing like all the planning and like the like auditing with other windows, and I'm only building and doing the build part in the terminal step by step, that it only used like 30% of the context. And from what I understand is once it gets to like 60 or 70% of the context, that's when it starts to like not remember as much and mess up and make mistakes and stuff. So the main reason what I was told to like do the flow this way was because that it's better for context. And also too, like it burns less tokens because I guess once you get into like more context, then it has to like scan through more and it burns up more tokens. But I'm sure like there's a lot more I gotta learn too, as far as like my flow with different windows. So like I see a lot of people, not a lot, but I've seen some people using like pros using like Gemini and Claude and Codex. I'm not really sure like where Gemini would fit into it all, but I'm sure I'll learn in the future. Yup, I was doing the planning originally with the LLM with Gemini at first until I got like the vision down, and then I did the plan mode with Claude Code, and then I had Claude Code create the plan MD file, and then after that I just went to the terminal in Claude Code and said, hey, do part one of the plan, finish part one, had Codex do audit on part one, and that's pretty much the flow I got right now. Yep. So just the terminal is for the Claude Code for the build, and then the chat I can switch back between Claude Code and Codex. So like the Claude Code in the chat is the plan mode, and then Codex is I'm just using for the audits. But yeah, that's awesome, and definitely I was trying to get out of here earlier tonight, but there's just like so much awesome stuff. So yeah, I think I'll check out this last comment and then get going. Anthropic released teams recently where you can set up multiple agents with their own roles. So you could have one as a planner, one as a developer, and one as a tester. That's awesome. I gotta take a note of that. I'm glad I stayed for a few extra minutes to get that info. I think I got more good notes today than any other day. But as I would say, I got to go away and get some food and rest. So yeah, hopefully stay best and focus on the best. And we'll just all grow and evolve together and get to the next level, and money will be coming in, creating more value. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to tell you, and have a good night too. Everybody happy coding. Vibe coding is the future, and there's so much potential here. So if you're just getting into it, you're getting into the right spot at the right time.